other people who are not pharmacists, but they're associate members. Lord, we commit everything about today into your hands. Direct us. Teach us what we need to know in the language we need to understand. At the end of it all, may your name alone be lifted up. Establish everyone here to the glory of your name. We have prayed in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. A round of applause for her as we all take our seats. Thank you so much, Ma, for that opening prayer. So with that, we are good to get right into it. So again, to pay honors to pay honors, I understand that this event is a hybrid event, so it means that we have virtual participants. And as much as possible, we will be taking that into considerations to ensure that they are carried along in the conversations that we have here as well. So, virtual participants, hi. Anyways, so right about now, we will be taking the anthems, starting with the Nigerian anthem. It was Independence Day 2 days ago. In fact, today is a public holiday, courtesy of that event. That's why a lot of us are able to be here. And it is important that we acknowledge the country, the sovereignty of country. I know that for some of us, that is. But yeah, Nigeria is still ours, and we will keep praying for it. So in line with that, I'd like us to please stand as we take the first and second stanzas of the national anthem. Thank you very much. Okay. I'll just count. So on my count, or does anybody want to lead? I know that there's some people with angelic voices. Oh, please, do I have a volunteer? Please come forward. Thank you. Don't worry, the spotlight is not that. A round of applause for her as she steps forward to lead us in the first and second stanzas of the national anthem.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, so 1, 2, go. Guide our leaders bright, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and lead in just and truth. Great lofting heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Please don't sit yet. Just one more anthem for the sake of the profession, for the love of the profession. If you're proud to be a pharmacist, just wave. If you're proud. I know some of people are not proud. I know. But if you're proud to be a pharmacist, we're going to be taking the anthem of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria now. And this is where secrets will come to fore. This is usually the hardest part. Does anybody want to lead that anthem? Anybody? Nobody? Wow. Madam Coordinator, ma. You wouldn't, you don't want to help your people. All right. Okay. How should we do this? I want to make it easy because I know that if I leave it to chance, there's going to be a lot of chaos. Okay, can we at least get the text to guide people? Okay. Pharmacists, we're proud of pharmacy. Does it ring a bell now? Ha! So nobody? Well, hello. So how do we do this? Okay. I think, I think I'll let somebody from because, they've been singing it for a number of years now. So please, ma, teach us as you lead us.
I say I can't teach you. It's not that I know the lyrics very well, but I know when we start, it will flow. So, let's go. We pharmacists, we are full of pharmacists. We members of the glorious PSN, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. As men of honor, we join us for pharmacists. Pharmacists, we are. Young pharmacists, we are. Old pharmacists, we are there. We are there. We are there. Retailing, we are. Academia, we are. Manufacturing, we are there. Politics, we are there. Nigeria, we are there.
Please, a round of applause for her. See your lives outside, young pharmacists. Please, you can have your seats. Can you guys see your lives outside? Later, you say, I know, pharmacy is not doing anything for us. Anthem. You cannot sing. It's all right. I think we'll start tying prizes to these things. I know that some of us have been in practice for at least 3 to 5 years. So it means if you've been attending PSN events, even if it's your local, meeting, ACPN, what's it called? In your area, you've been attending the meetings once a month for the past year, you should know that song. It's not a difficult song now. Abi? Are we committing to learn the song? Are we committing to learn the anthem? So by the next event, we'll sing it proudly. Hey, it's okay. Anyways, once again, I'd love to welcome you all to the fourth, if I'm correct, Madam Coordinator, fourth edition of the annual week of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria Young Pharmacists Group, Lagos State Chapter. This week, Eko Ignite. Eesh. It's going to get fiery in here, and for the rest of the week, starting today, of course, we are going to be having a series of events designed for you guys, young pharmacists, to be better at what you do, be better as people, be better as professionals. And to do that, we have a beautiful lineup, a lovely lineup of guests, people from within, some even outside the state that we've invited to come speak with us, to come share with us from their wealth of experience. Because the truth of it is, as much as the profession is evolving, as much as things are changing, we must still learn from the experiences of those that have gone ahead of us. That by itself it provides a good background for us to build on in the course of our careers. And that's why we are more than delighted to have these people amidst us. Some have arrived already, but I'm just going to be introducing all our invited guests for today. So some are on their way, some will be joining us shortly, some are here. So please, when I mention the names, I'd like you to please just, applauses. Is that fine? Do we have a deal, guys? Are we going to appreciate these people that have taken their time to come spend with us? All right, thank you. So first, in no particular order, of course, but first on my list is the person of Pharmacists, Victor Benga Afolabi. He's not around yet, but when he comes, I'll be throwing a little more light. Maybe some of you are clapping small because you think he's a small man. When he comes, I'll be doing a little more elaborate introduction. But he's on his way. He's our keynote speaker for this event. We are also expecting Dr. Margaret Ilomwanya. I hope I pronounced that correctly. She's the editor-in-chief of the PSN-NJP. That's the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria journal. That's the official journal. We are also expecting pharmacist Shino Okpanubi. He's the project catalyst of Farm Alliance. I think we have amidst us, I don't know if I'm correct, pharmacist Shakirat Adeoshun. She is the director. Please let that applause be loud. She's around. Thank you very much, Ma. She's the director of pharmacy services at the Lagos Primary Healthcare Board. Thank you so much, Ma. We are very much grateful for your presence. We also have amidst us pharmacist Morris Nyako. Is he around? Please, a round of applause for pharmacist Morris. He is the country lead of AstraZeneca. I mean, for those of us that have taken our COVID vaccines, we know what that means. Sir, hope no side effects. Just checking. We also have amidst us pharmacist Biola Paul Ozier. She is the chairman of the Healthcare Providers Association of Nigeria, HPAN. Thank you so much, Ma. We are grateful. We appreciate your presence. We also have amidst us a distinguished academic. See, anywhere we encounter pharmacists in academia, because I don't know, I feel one very, very strong sentiment towards them. Because these are the people that could have chosen everything else, but they said, no, we'll stay back and we'll train the next generation of pharmacists. So it's quite a big deal for me. And if you've been in the Nigerian education system especially, you know that place, problems. Anyways, we have amidst us a distinguished academic and the person of Dr. Nwamaka Igbokwe from the Department of Pharmaceutical Microbiology, Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Lagos. Thank you so much, Ma. We are delighted and we are grateful for your presence. We are also expecting our very own chief host, if I do say so myself. He is the chairman of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Lagos State chapter of the PSN. It's no other person than pharmacist Gbagada Iola. I'm sure that he'll be joining us soon. Okay. Yes, I will also be introducing other guests as they come. But also, I've seen some of these faces, and I know that you people are not small in the atmosphere now. Have you? Appreciate yourselves now. If we start to open the portfolio of some of the YPs in this room, I was telling somebody earlier that they're just using this YP to pack all of us together. Not be all of us be YP. YP senior YP. So it's lovely to have all of you guys. Thank you for taking the time to be here today. On behalf of PSN-YPG Lagos, we are more than grateful to have you, and we look forward to exciting, insightful conversations with you, because one thing I've come to learn about this event, about events like this, is that it makes more sense, it has more impact if you are not just on the receiving end of the information, but that you are part of the conversation. That's why in today's lineup, we have breakout sessions. So we're not just coming to load you with information, we want you to also be part of that conversation. And of course, I'd also like to acknowledge all the executives, all members of the Executive Council of the PSN-YPG Lagos, starting with the chairperson, of course, in person of pharmacist, Bukola Ogundele. I've seen her running around all morning, and I know that it's not easy to put this kind of event together. Big shout out to all members of the Executive Council. I'm sorry that I cannot mention all the names now, but I'm sure that as the event goes through the course of the event, I would be able to mention some more names. Okay, so with that being said, I've done my best to open this event, but the truth is, it is not in my place. I am but a small boy holding a microphone. So I would invite the owner of the event to come give us a welcome address. She is your Lagos State chairperson, so if you like, don't clap for her. Please a round of applause for Bukola Ogundele as she comes to give us the welcome address. A hot cake, if I do say so myself. A queen and more.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for making it down here today. First off, I want to appreciate God for making this a reality. A lot has gone into this in planning, but it's here today. Thank you so much. Special appreciation will go to our panelists. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Ma, for making it down here. I know you have a busy and a tight schedule, but you still made it down today. I'm super grateful. Thank you so much. To my fellow YPs, thank you so much for also making yourself available for this event today. And like it is here, Eko Ignites, PSN-YPG has come a long way, and we see this event as one to encourage ourselves and to also push ourselves further, that there is still more to be done. Thank you so much. I do hope that we have a good time out today, and at the end of today, we can say, indeed, something has shifted. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam. Please clap for the. Are you angry with her? Share food. Food is coming. Don't worry. She has planned for you. I mean, if you know anything about Bukola, you know that your welfare, you are going to be fine. What do you want to eat? Shebi is food. Leave it for Bukola now. Anyways, thank you so much for that brief address, Madam Chairman. Just as she has said, it's going to be an amazing time. I'm sure of it. I'm just certain, because I've been at events like this, and one thing that you come to learn after attending for a while is that sometimes when you look at the guest list, you know that these people, we can't even speak back. Once they say go right, you just go, because that's how they are. But when you look at the guest list and you see that these are people who are dynamic in thinking, people who by themselves are looking to learn, it makes sense that, okay, these are the kind of people I want to listen to, because they themselves are in their learning journey, and they come at you with knowledge from an open-minded perspective. And that is why I'm able to promise you with all my full chest that if you do not learn anything at this event today, village people are involved. So please, let us come at this event with an open mind. Let us be as I said earlier, let us be as participating as possible. Does anybody know what the theme is? Today's theme of conversation. Anybody paid attention to it? Are you looking at me, or are you looking at, because I see the eyes all on me, obviously. Anyways, but I guess that you've seen it. So yes, today we are going to be talking about advancement of the profession, building competency and skills amongst young pharmacists. If you are like me, the typical question, the first question that you'd ask is why? Why are we talking about this? I mean, if there are 1,001 other things that we could have chosen to speak about, so why are we talking about this? It means that if we're talking about this, it's a necessity of the now. If you're a pharmacist, under normal circumstances, it implies that you have gone to pharmacy school and you have gotten that basic training. But yes, yet we are talking about building competency and skills amongst young pharmacists. I think that by itself suggests that the basic training that all of us have had might no longer be enough. And maybe we need a little more to build competency and skills. And I trust all our guests, from our keynote speaker to all members of the panel, to do justice to this topic as much as possible today. Is anybody else excited about that? Anybody else? Wow, people don't like to listen to people. You came for the food. Anyways, if you came for the food, don't worry, we won't disappoint you as well. But right about now, because this event was made possible by a whole lot of partnerships, we had brands who chose to be part of this and came on to support. And some of these brands, of course, would like to talk to us very briefly about some important things in the course of our practice as pharmacists. So shortly, I'll be inviting some of these brands to come up and talk to us. Very brief presentations, I promise you, even exciting as well, because I know that some of these talks can get boring. But before that, I'm just going to do a quick trivia, something quick. Madam Coordinator, are there prizes for these people? I should not promise them prizes. Madam Coordinator said I should not promise you prizes. I'm a very generous person. But I just want to ask, so how many of us were at the opening ceremony for last year? Was anybody here at the opening ceremony of YPG Lagos Week last year? None of you. They just brought everybody from Ogun State. Nobody was around last year. What's happened? Are we, okay, everybody in Lagos have gone to UK. So we brought new YPs from, so these people now, by next year, they will have gone to, I understand. So when you come to Lagos, you are closer to the airport. That makes sense. Because I don't understand why nobody in this room was around at the opening ceremony last year. But, somebody, please, a round of applause for her. I just want you to tell us one very brief takeaway, something that stuck with you from last year. Don't worry, I'm sorry for putting you on the spot. Just one thing, it doesn't have to be. Please, a round of applause for her. Let's encourage the young lady.
Okay. All right, so my name is Pharmacists. So something that stuck with me from last year's opening ceremony was when one of the EMSO representatives, she spoke about health coverage and how much pharmacists can do in the primary health of citizens, that we could do more in vaccination and other aligned services than what we do in dispensing community and what we already know. So she just spoke about pharmacists being more competent, broadening their horizon and doing more than what the scope of pharmacists actually is about.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Amazing, amazing contribution. I had to do that quickly because, again, I needed to reiterate that these events are not just come and go. It doesn't make sense that today's a public holiday. You might as well be in your house sipping coffee or drinking wine. Huh? So if you are here, please let it be impactful. I like the fact that you mentioned that part about pharmacists in vaccination, because if you follow the trends from last year, you know that that is now a thing, like an actual thing. Pharmacists are being trained to administer vaccines. And in fact, we are in Nigeria just catching up. It has been a global trend since COVID. So it's lovely to see that stuck with us from last year, and that is in line with what's happening. So I would like us to, once again, have that open mind. Let us come at today with an intention to take something home. Okay, so is Shopkite ready for their presentation? Shopkite is not ready? Okay, would Shopkite please get ready? All right. Vital Biotics, you will be going up next after Shopkite. Or is Vital Biotics ready? All right. So I'll just mention all the names of the brands that are going up so that we can all prepare and we do not have to take too much time when we need to make our presentation. So Shopkite, Vital Biotics, and EMSO Pharma. Those are the three brands that we're going to be having. Briefly, come talk to us about some of the amazing offerings, some of the amazing products that they have. And of course, if there's anything special for us, PSN-YPG Lagos, I hope that we are able to take that. They're also able to share that with us as well. Okay, so while we wait for Shopkite, I'm also going to do another interesting thing. How many of us have heard of anybody on this guest list before today? Did you know any of them? I don't want Unilag people to raise up their hand because I see. Because I know that we have a teacher from Unilag here. Madam Coordinator, now you invite them now. You will know them. Anybody else? You know anybody from this panel? I'm sure that you saw the flyers, right? From Victor Afolabi to Pharmacist, Miyako to Pharmacist, Ade Oshun. You didn't know them? Nobody knew them. Wow. That's one very, very funny thing about this our profession. We have so many people doing amazing stuff, but they're just low-key. They're not. But when you get to learn about them, you'll be like, so this person has been here for years. Do you know how long it takes to become a director? Anybody? It means that you've been doing diligent work for a while. I promise you, it's not you started yesterday and became directors today. I don't think, well, Nigeria is funny. You can start yesterday and become a director today. But I don't think it's that easy, really. So it means that she has been there doing amazing work for some time, and she has gained experience that is valuable. So sometimes I think it's nice that we take our time. So this is one thing I started to do recently on LinkedIn. I just pick a portfolio, a job portfolio, Director of Pharmaceutical Services, and I search for it on LinkedIn. And it brings directors from across hospitals in Nigeria, even outside Nigeria, and I connect. That's one hack that I learned recently. And I promise you, it's a great way to meet mentors. It's a great way to meet other professionals, people that you aspire to be. Because if you want to be the president of Nigeria, somebody has been president of Nigeria. Somebody is president of Nigeria. So why don't you learn from them? It makes more sense that you just stand on their shoulders. And what you get to even learn with platforms like LinkedIn is that some of these guys are not as high up there as you think. So you think that, yeah, he's an Aso Rock, nobody can touch him, nobody can reach him. But a simple message, of course, people should write English well, because some messages are simple message, stating your intentions, stating who you are, and they respond. So, hi, I'm this, I've been following your work, I'd love to. Before you even know, some even agree to be your mentor. So it's important that as young professionals, we start to look out for some of these active steps. I'm sure that when you saw the flyers, how many of us took the time to go and actually read about these people, to go learn about them? What work have they done? Nobody. We came for the food. Madam Coordinator, this new flock of wipes you brought. Anyways, I'm sure that we're going to be addressing all of that today because, building competency and skills amongst young pharmacists. So please, if before now you have not been as intentional, because again, a lot of us young pharmacists, we like to, I don't want to use the word momo, but that's sometimes what we do. Oh, this is that, there's no this, they're not paying me well, this world is hard, my eyes is in shege, and all that. And we are not exactly doing much to change that. Because yes, it's one thing to complain, it's one thing to not be satisfied about where you are, but it's another thing to take active steps out of that space. So, again, forgive me for all this perspired to Maguire. It's just that I want you people to read. We must learn something today. Now, we can't come and spend YPG's money and not learn anything, really. So, is Shop Kite ready now? They're not? Okay, almost ready. Lovely, lovely. So they're almost ready. But while I was speaking earlier, I noticed that another of our guests walked in. Again, if you finish from the University of Lagos, how many of us finished from the Faculty of Pharmacy, Unilag? Unilag is not here. I thought you said Madam Coordinator, I thought there was a bus at Idiaraba. They didn't enter the bus. Unilag didn't come. Wow. Anyways, if you're from the Faculty of Pharmacy, Unilag, if you finish from there, you probably know her. But even beyond Unilag, because our work, she's done amazing work outside Unilag, and we are proud to have her amidst us today. She's a strong supporter of young pharmacists. Anybody that is in academia, by default, is a strong supporter of young pharmacists, except you don't love your job. And if you know her, you know that she's a very approachable person, very warm person. And I don't want to say this, but if you have ever considered publishing a paper in the Nigerian Journal of Pharmacy, maybe you don't want to get on our wrong side. If not, rejection. Bunch of rejection. Anyways, please, if your hands are not too busy, I'd like you to welcome with me to this beautiful event, Dr. Margaret Ilomwanya. Thank you so much, Ma. We are more than delighted to have you amidst us. I remember that we met at the national conference. Yes, and your session was because that session was fun because of the topic. I don't know what she's speaking about here today, but I'm guessing it's not the same topic. But I look forward to it being as fun. Just as I said, she's one of us. I heard one of our guests say earlier, young pharmacists, old pharmacists. No, ma. We don't discriminate. Once you are young at arts, OPG means a different thing to us. What does OPG mean? You know, that's what I meant. OPG means a different thing to us in YPG. It's not Old Pharmacists Group. It's for the people that... but everybody here, if you're here today, if you're amidst us, it means that by some way, by some means, you are dynamic, you are innovative, and you are forward-looking as well. And for us at YPG, that's enough. Yes, there are all the age requirements. You have to be 16 and younger. You have to be this and that. To me, it's all that is. I mean, you meet some 80-year-olds, and their minds are sharper than some 20-year-olds. So what's the point? So we are more than delighted to have you. And for today, you are honorary members of PSN-YPG Lagos. Please, a round of applause for our newest members. At least for today. I think I have that much power. So after today, Madam Coordinator can take back a membership. But today, you are one of us, and we are more than grateful to have you. So, Shopkites, are you ready now? If not, I'll just make your presentation myself. Just give me your product. I'll talk. Don't worry. Are they ready? Okay. Vitabiotics. We might just start counting your time. So where are the representatives, though? I think we've given about enough time for them to prep. What's happening? Okay. Okay. Is Vitabiotics around? I think I saw the rep from Vitabiotics earlier on. Not around as well. Okay. Zor? Oh, okay. Shopkite is around. Are you ready now? All right. So Shopkite is around now. And please, just as I said earlier, this event is happening because these brands have chosen to partner with us because they understand that you are valuable and educating you is a worthwhile investment. That's why they have committed to this course. So please, let us pay attention. And as they come up, let us clap because some of them are still owing us balance. So please, a round of applause for our representatives from Shopkite.
Good morning, everyone. So I hope we're not cold. Good morning. Happy Independence to every Nigerian seated here this morning. I'm excited to be a Nigerian, actually, because I have a product that has been helping a lot of Nigerians. In the last 10, 15 years, we've had a lot of pharmacists in the retail industry have to struggle with a lot of inventions and applications from outside of the country, and then a lot of them have to pay in dollars. But then I and a group of my friends, we came together like 10 years ago. We resigned our jobs because we wanted to do something for our own country. And then we looked for a particular sector in the country that we can actually be of help to and also solve a major problem. And then we went into the retail market. We started with FMCGs, and then at some point we had to move to pharmacists. And truth is, I've been wowed by the level of organization of pharmacists. So please just let me put your hands together this morning. Yes, so in the last 4 years, we've been expanding our product with pharmacists. And we are here this morning just to present this solution for YPG. Now, the major reason why I'm here this morning is because we are people that actually believes in the future. I believe that in the next 4 or 5 years from now, every young pharmacist in this place should actually have their own pharmacy, or probably right now they're even running a pharmacy right now. So we believe in the future, and that's the reason why we are here this morning to present what we have been doing with pharmacists. In the last 3 years, we've had over 2,000 pharmacists in Nigeria use this solution called Shopkite. I was at PSN 2020 and ACPN 2020. That was in Abuja and Osogbo. Also, I was in Port Harcourt and Abeokuta. Then we also at ACPN just ended in Festac Town, and I'm also going to be in Jos later in the month. I think at the end of this month, November, we're going to be in PSN at Jos. So we already have a lot of pharmacists using the solution, but then we want the young pharmacists to also see this. And then we know that in the nearest future, you're going to be having your own pharmacies, or apparently you're working in one right now, you're running one right now. You can actually recommend this. So, ShopKite. Yeah, so, like I said, the future of pharmacy, opportunity and challenges. Every one of us here, I have a friend that drove Telsa like 2 weeks ago, and then he sent me a video. So I told him that, yes, there was a time where we used to drive manual cars, and then it moved to automatic cars. Right now, we have cars that will drive you, even without you having to do anything. And then he drove a car that was powered by electricity, not fuel engine currently. So we're saying this because we know the future of pharmacy is actually seated here this morning. And then ShopKite is actually a company that projects into the future. And that's the reason why we came up with this application. So from manual to automatic and now driverless cars, like I said. Now, evolution, everyone knows. There was a time it was trade by barter, and then it moved to gold, it moved to metal coins, it moved to paper money, electronic money. And right now, I remember that over the night, I had to do some changing of some cryptos to Naira, So, because it's better to have your money in dollars right now. So, this is the future. We know where the financial market is going to, and that's the reason why we're also planning with pharmacists. So, ShopKite, like I said, it's from books to desktop computers. And right now, we have mobile applications. I tell people that if you don't have a mobile phone currently for your business, if your business is not online currently, you really don't have a business. And then a lot of pharmacists have to struggle with desktop solutions for their retail stores. Now, why do I say this? I'm going to move very fast. So what is ShopKite? ShopKite is actually an easy-to-use mobile application for stock taking and sales tracking. Now, the 10 reasons why I'm here this day, I'm going to just roll them out. The first thing is that I've gone to a lot of pharmacies in the last 5 years, and then there are times when I walk into a pharmacy, I buy a product, and it has expired. Now, that's really embarrassing. And then the last time in Abuja, I visited a pharmacy in Abuja, and then the lost product was about 2 million naira to expiration because they were not even aware. And then that same day, I learned that there's a body that goes around to check for that. And then when they got into that pharmacy, they asked him to pay to destroy those drugs. That's even worse. So what ShopKite has been able to do is that on this application, you have an expiration notification that shows you that this particular product is about to expire in the next 90 days, 60 days, 30 days, and the last 7 days. So you don't have to lose product to expiration. And then sometimes people walk into your pharmacy and then you're already low on stock. But with ShopKite right now, real time on your mobile phone, you can actually see the level of the stock you have in your pharmacy. So you don't have to run out of stock before you restock. Now, the other thing we have here is that as you are seated here right now for our senior colleagues, I believe that a lot of people that have pharmacies right now, as you're seated right here right now, most of you cannot even tell me the total value of the products in your store. But with ShopKite, right on your mobile phone, you can see real time, the total value of the stock in your pharmacy right now. It's like checking your account balance real time. And then daily sales reports and profit reports. Most times, because they are selling in the pharmacy and then you use a desktop solution, you don't even know what's going on in your pharmacy. I have a lot of lecturers, a lot of pharmacists that when they want to travel or they have to make a trip, they will lock up their pharmacies because most of them told me that they have IBP. They don't even know what's going on in the pharmacy. But with ShopKite right now, imagine as they are selling in the store, on your mobile phone, you are getting retail alerts as they are selling. Even if they are doing inventory in the store, you can get retail alerts immediately, supply records, inventory records, real time on your mobile phone. That's one of the things that we are providing for pharmacists. And then, so like I said, you can monitor your sales from anywhere. And then you can print receipts and scan barcodes. Now, what you are seeing with me, this is not an invention. Most of us see this on the streets, POS devices. Now, it's funny that most Nigerians are being shortchanged using this device. Because when you buy this device from some of the financial business owners, they will lock everything and give you access to only their own store, which is actually shortchanging. So what ShopKite has been able to do is that instead of you buying a big desktop, barcode scanner, printer, then you have to buy generator, UPS, inverter and the rest. So we came up with an application that you already have on your mobile phone. And then with this device, you have the screen already. You have a printer. And you have a barcode scanner. So this has collapsed your cumbersome system. So there's a pharmacy on the island. She spent about 2 million naira to set up her point of sale. She has 3 points of sale. So when I told her that my solution is going to cost you just 10,000 naira to use for 1 year, she hung up the phone. She said, if you are serious, call me back. Yes, because what we are providing for Nigerians right now, with just 10,000 naira, you can use my solution for 1 year. And then you get this device. This device is just 105,000 naira. You get this device. This is going to be saving you what you would have spent to get a desktop, a Bluetooth print, a printer, a barcode scanner, and then worrying about power. This has inbuilt battery. We know the problems we have in Nigerians. I created this app, so I know the challenges that my fellow Nigerians have is power. So, but with this kind of device, you don't have to worry about power. Then you can also use your mobile phones. So because you have your mobile phones to use, your mobile phones actually have inbuilt batteries too. So they can actually work for as long as you want, as long as it's powered. So, and then the other thing that I said is that it can print receipts, and then you can use this device to scan the barcode of your product. Presently, I have over 100,000 pharmaceutical products on my database. So most times you just scan with this device, or you are scanning with your mobile phone. You scan with your mobile phone, it shows the product, you put your cost price, your selling price, you have done inventory. As simple as that. Instead of having somebody to come to your pharmacy, crack a software application, and then tomorrow you're having issues with the devices. So the other thing, like I said, you can track supply records. So when your wholesalers or distributors supply you, this application can help you track that supply. And then for those of us that have multiple stores, you have a store in Gbagada, you have a store in Lekki, you have a store in Abuja, on your mobile phone, you can see what is happening in all the stores at the same time on your mobile phone. You can just switch store to see what is happening on each of the stores. And then the other thing here is that if you have a warehouse or an inventory tracking place, you can also monitor that with your mobile phone. So when you move product from your warehouse to your retail stores, it is going to give you alert real time on your mobile phone. And then most times you can also manage your customers' records. Now, I met with Pharmacist Wale Oladigbolu, that was 2020, at the office, the ACPN office in Oladipo Kuku. He told me that one of the challenges that pharmacists have is farm care. Now, after COVID-19, everybody knows that pharmacists are actually the new medical doctors. That's the truth. After COVID-19. Now, he told me that there's a major need for farm care. And then immediately he told us that I made sure that I told my developers to get farm care on the app. So right now on ShopKai app, you can actually impute the records of your patients, maybe those that have, maybe an IBP or something, and then for the dangerous goods, there's a way you can actually impute that on the app. So you can manage your patient's record. So even when they buy from you, you can see who is buying from you the most, who's buying from you the least in the pharmacy on a daily basis. And then after all this, we decided to give you a free online store. Now, I believe that some of us here are digital marketers. If I come to you and ask you that I want you to help me create an online store, the least anybody will charge you if you have a relationship is 200,000 naira. That's the least I'm going to charge you to create an online store for you. But ShopKai is giving you an online store for free. So with your 10,000 naira subscription for 1 year, that's less than 850 naira per month, you're going to be getting a free online store. Now, we understand that, yes, there are rules for pharmaceutical products. You can't be posting online for people to buy online. But then I know that a lot of pharmacy is pharmacy and supermarket. Pharmacy and supermarket. So for the supermarket products, you can have them on our free online store where people can visit your online store, buy from you, pick it up when they are coming from their business for the day, or you can deliver to them. And on the app, I even put a delivery solution on the app. So you can just get maybe a delivery company, put their details, put their location, put their prices. Somebody buys from you online, immediately they pay online, you can get that delivery company to deliver to them wherever they are. There's a pharmacy on the island. They have serious traffic between 6 and 8 p.m. So what I told them is that people can buy online, so it reduces the traffic in your pharmacy. So a lot of them buy online. So people just come when they are going home, they just pick up their products and then they go, or they buy and it's being delivered to them wherever they are. So thank you so much for the time. If you want to download this app, as I'm talking right now, this app is free for download on Google Play or For those of us that use iPhones, you can actually download the app currently, right now. You can download the app, register on the app, and explore it. I'm going to give you like 2 weeks free trial to explore the app. Whether you have a pharmacy or not, you can download the app, register an account, and then start exploring, see what this app can do for your business. Now, I'm going to say this before I round up my presentation. I remember when I met with Professor Cyril, that was the PSN chairman. I met him at Port Harcourt, that was last year. Now, when he came to my stand, he told me that, well, he's been seeing this, and he loves what we are doing. And then, like I said, Pharmacists at Bomato, that was the ACPN chairman for Rivers State, the outgone ACPN chairman. I had a meeting with them. I had a meeting with like 20 ACPN chairmans in Nigeria, different states. And one of the major things that I've heard that they've had to talk about is the challenges that pharmacists have when it comes to losing product to expiration, and then the fact that when they have to leave their pharmacy, it's like they have an heart attack. Like as you are here right now, imagine you have a business, you're not there currently. You don't even know what is going on there. But that's what Shopcard has been able to solve for a lot of pharmacists. As I'm talking to you right now, my phone has rang like over 50 times just before I came up with the presentation, because I currently manage over 2,000 pharmacists in Nigeria. I have over 355 pharmacists that are not in Nigeria that are traveled out. Yes, those have Japa. They have gone, but their businesses are here, and Shopcard is managing their business here. And wherever they are in UK, Canada, US, as they are selling in Gbagada, selling in Asaba, they are getting real-time updates wherever they are in the world. And it's giving them a lot of, they have peace of mind wherever they are. They can manage their business. They can see their records, their sales record, their inventory record. People buy from you on credit. You can even see the record. People want discounts, you can give it to them. The supply records, any record that you want for pharmacy practice in terms of retail pharmacy, Shopcard has provided. And I want you all to know that we are a young group. The oldest person in my company is 35 years old. We are a very young group, and we've been doing this, like I said, in the last 10 years. So for those that have, a lot of people believe that when it comes to an online application for managing inventory, it might just end and then something might just happen. Yeah, so we give people this confidence that we are Nigerians. We are proud to be. You can see I have this thing on my wrist. I'm a proud Nigerian, and I'm going to be here for the next 10 years. I'm not traveling anywhere, because there's a major need in the land that needs to be solved, which is retail inventory. And we're going to be here for the next as long as you want. We're going to be answering questions. In the last 8 months, I've done like 14 updates. In the last 8 months, pharmacists will call me and say, in our store, when people buy, you have 5 products. Sometimes they want it to go to -5. That's the latest one I'm getting right now. So that when people buy, they can go to -5. And then when we update, it can. I said, no problem. I already promised them I'm going to do that. Somebody said that I wanted to be able to update price from one point, and then they upload on all the different stores I have around Nigeria. I said, no problem. And then we'll do it. So we are a listing company. You have updates you want us to do. Just communicate with us. My phone number, everybody has my phone number. Almost all the pharmacies in Nigeria have my phone number. You can call us. You can call our support group. We're here to respond. We have a young customer service staff that is ever ready to pick your calls and make sure that you have a better experience with retail pharmacy in Nigeria. Thank you so much, everyone. That's my time. Thank you so much, Mr. McHenry. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to present here. Thank you so much, presenter.
There's a round of applause for our friends from Shopcard. Sir, what's the name? Mr. Shion. Are you a pharmacist? Oh, because you mentioned, because the way I have 300, what's going on here? I mean, he was talking about Professor Osifo. This man, what's going on? But it's great to see the kind of impact that you are creating, that you're having in the retail pharmacy space. I promise you that place, the ghetto, it is the, well, a lot of people see it as the happening place, but if you've been there, my local people, we there? Are we here? Oh, they are doing locum, sorry. They are most likely covering, so they are not here. But if you've been at that place, you know that there's a number of issues that exist in that space. Inventory here, finance there. And at the same time, outside all these things, you're still worrying about being the best pharmacist to your patients, listening to them, and all that pharmaceutical care reality. So it's a really tacky space. Well done to Shopcard for trying to at least solve some of these issues with technology, of course. I hope that some of us have started to download the app, and we are already looking at. I know that because the man made a statement, said young pharmacists have pharmacy, and I was like, is it the same young pharmacist I know? You people have pharmacy. Talk now. We are no longer sharing updates with ourselves. Because when he said that, I was hoping we would respond with, thank you for believing in us. But anyways, even if you don't have pharmacies, you most likely work or are close with a community pharmacy. That's one of the realities of pharmacy. We don't have enough. I think we have less than 30,000 practicing in Nigeria for a country of 200 million people. So it means that irrespective of your industry, if you're in academia, if you are in the industry, if you are in manufacturing, irrespective of where you are, you most likely have some contacts with the retail space, with the retail community pharmacy practice. So as much as possible, we would like that you explore. I personally would like that you explore the solution. I'm one person that believes in the possibilities that technology offers. So whenever I see a solution like ShopKite, I'm a little more excited, and I want to interrogate it a little further, see what it can do. And I like the fact that it said that they are very responsive. So it means that they are dynamic. They are able to tweak. Although I don't understand what that means. Does it mean that they are able to tweak the app to individual needs of pharmacies, or is it on the overall? So these are some of the questions that I would expect that some of us also have. So if you have questions for them, they have a stand behind the hall. So in the course of the trade fair, because we are also going to be having a trade fair later on, you can walk up to their stand, ask the questions that you have. If you want a demo, ask for a demo and all that. But engage that solution. Just as I said, it's amazing what you can achieve, even as one person using technology. So well done again, and thank you, ShopKite, for being part of this event. Eko Ignites. Who's excited? But why do we choose Ignites, though? Madam Coordinator, is there a reason why? We'll get there, because I find it a little ignition, really. Fire of all things. Okay. Well, when we get there, I'm sure that Madam Coordinator will give us a good justification for this name, Eko Ignites, setting Lagos on fire. Anyways, so moving on, where is VitaBiotics? Is VitaBiotics around? Okay, I know that VitaBiotics is one company. If you've never heard of VitaBiotics before, and you're in this room, let me see you outside. I just want to see you outside. Yes, when you now see me outside, cross enter motor, because you're not supposed to be in this room. VitaBiotics is one company that even before some of us got into pharmacy, we have seen, we have known. Because they are just almost always somewhere around on that syrup, on that bottle, and all that. And sometimes these things just stay in our subconscious, and we don't know how close we are to these brands. Now we're going to be having some reps from VitaBiotics come speak with us about some of the products, I guess, or solutions they have. And personally, I look forward to it because, again, for a brand that has stuck around for that long, it means that they are doing something right. And they're giving us one more reason to choose them. So first off, thank you for being part of this event, Eko Ignites. And, okay, I think they're ready. Please, a round of applause for our representatives, our friends from VitaBiotics, as they come to share with us. I hope it's a little bit clinical, because we've heard the management side, so we can mix it with clinical. No applause. It's fights.
Good morning. Why is everybody cold? Good morning. And I would have to applaud those that came into the event early. For me, I'm very particular about people showing up early, because it shows, how responsive we are when we are told, to do things, and it also shows how we take our jobs. So for those of us that came in here early, because I was here, I seated, I saw a couple of people. Thank you so much for representing the profession well. My name is Pharmacist from VitaBiotics. Who hasn't heard of VitaBiotics here before? That's not possible. Okay, so we have several lines of products. I'm sure you're familiar with a couple of others, but today we are going to be talking about something that is very interesting, something that has to do with our minds, our hearts, our brain health, And so today it's about introducing Neurosan. So how many of us here work in community pharmacies? Do we have community pharmacists here? Oh, that's good. How many people here are familiar with the brand Neurosan? And how many of you recommend Neurosan? Oh, that's interesting. So it shows that some persons are already ambassadors when it comes to helping people better have a healthy well-being and quality life. So a few weeks back, I was in some community pharmacies, and the pharmacists had some concerns. They said, patients would walk into the pharmacies and then take a look. You try to recommend Neurosan to them. They take a look at the pack, and they look so uninterested. The concern is because when you look at the pack of Neurosan, you see mental performance. But then I usually ask people, what do you do when you have physical pain? The most common response will be that they take pain relievers. Now, the brain is one of the most complex organs of the body. Oh, sorry, I even forgot this. So our brain is the most complex organ of the body with several functions: thought, memory, emotions, motor skills, anything related to mental and cognitive function. Now the brain does that. So your ability to come here today seated, listening to all of the conversations that are happening today, your ability to make sense of every conversation happening today is because you have a functional brain. And do you know what happens when your brain, you have a challenge, or someone has a challenge utilizing their brain optimally? It means that it's going to affect the quality of their life. And so it's important that we talk about mental health. It's important that we talk about the performance of our brain. And it's important that when people say mental performance, we realize that people are not saying you are sick in the brain, but they are just saying the brain needs to be cared for. The brain needs to be taken good care of. The brain needs to be prioritized when it comes to what we feed it. And so our meeting here today is just to help community pharmacists and every pharmacist out there be able to understand and also help their clients, also help their patients to break down the myths around mental health issues. Now, mental health issues are not to say that the world is over for anyone. So for anybody around you, it's time to change their belief about their mental health. It's time to change what they think about their mental health. Because whether we like it or not, the brain that helps you concentrate, the brain that helps you think, the brain that coordinates your emotion should be prioritized, and you should actually feed your brain. So now there are several factors that can actually affect one's cognition. Now we have aging. So naturally, I know that we are at a prime young age now, which is very good, but nature has it that we would all grow old, whether we like it or not. Now, as we advance in age, you'd realize that there's a decline in our cognitive performance. Now, how do you know this? Now, you'd realize that sometimes the things you used to do really smartly, the information you used to pick out from your brain, at the snap of your fingers, they no longer come as easy as it used to be. Sometimes you have to rack your head for a while, or you're even forgetting information too easily. So that is also a pointer that the cognitive ability of the brain is declining with age. Now, we also have comorbid disease conditions. Alzheimer's and dementia are some of them. Now, in the world, in Africa, we have about 55 million people living with dementia, and 60% of this population are from low and middle-income countries like Nigeria. If we have that, which is above average, it means that we should be concerned about our mental health in this part of the world, and it means that we should be concerned about the mental health of our clients, because whether we like it or not only is age adding to cognitive decline, some of other conditions are as well. I know a lot of us came into the event today stressed. I know it's still morning, but then living in Lagos is enough stress. I don't know how many people go to work every day. You work 9 to 5 and you have to appear at work physically. Now, if you're used to commuting every day, you'd realize that you have Lagos traffic to battle with. You have noise pollution in Lagos to battle with. you have other things that would stress your life. You step out every day on a good note, but you realize that no, Lagos does not rate you. Because whether you like it or not, something is going to stress your life. And so you'd realize that all of these things also have an impact on your stress level. And of course, we are pharmacists here. We understand how stress impacts generally on our body. Now, free radicals release. These free radicals are not just affecting our skin or other parts of our body. They're also affecting our brain. Because these free radicals are damaging the cells of the brain. So aside from the fact that we have age, we have comorbid disease conditions, we also have social factors, lifestyle, that are affecting the cognitive ability of the brain. And the reason we are here today is to actually help everyone understand that just as you prioritize every other aspect of your health, you need to prioritize your mental health. Now, in the course of improving cognitive function, the goal is usually to improve the quality of life. Now, how do we do this? We do this by either preventing or slowing down age-related cognitive decline or recovering from a pathology that caused the cognitive deterioration. Now, you'd realize that nutrients have a role to play in this, and that is exactly where we are headed. So please, do not tune off. We are getting there. Now, the nutrients you take, they are precursors for neurotransmitters. They are sources of vitamins and minerals, which are coenzymes for these neurotransmitters. And they also play a role in the neuronal membrane and the myelin sheath, which help with brain functions. Now, that is why we are introducing Neurozan. So Neurozan is a formulation that basically contains all the essential vitamins and the minerals that your brain requires in order to stay healthy, in order to be able to manage the stress conditions that are depleting the cognitive ability of the individuals around you, of your patients, of your clients. Now, some of the active ingredients in Neurozan, we have the ginkgo biloba, we have 5-HTP, we have riboflavin, and other essential vitamins. But let's talk specifically about ginkgo biloba. I've mentioned earlier about antioxidants. Now, ginkgo biloba is an antioxidant herb. We are pharmacists here. We know what antioxidants help us do. To mop up the free radicals, you're stressed. Imagine adding age. You're aging. Everybody is aging. Imagine adding that to stress conditions and comorbid disease conditions. So it's a whole lot of impact on the brain performance. And whether we like it or not, our body needs a high level of antioxidants to be able to mop up the free radicals that we are releasing every day that are damaging the cells of our body, including the cells of the brain. And ginkgo biloba is one of those antioxidants that is present in Neurozan. We also have the 5-HTP. We have phosphatidylcholine. We have the B vitamins, vitamin D3, L-arginine, and other antioxidants like CoQ10 and L-glutathione. Now, when you go to the pharmacies, if you worked in a pharmacy or if you currently work in community pharmacy, you would realize that Neurozan comes as two products. You see the Neurozan, and you also see Neurozan Plus. Now, the reason is because Neurozan Plus has an additional active ingredient, which is omega-3. Now, we understand the importance that omega-3 plays when it comes to memory, cognition, intelligence, recovering from pathological conditions that most likely have damaged the functionality, the cognitive ability of the brain. And so for clinical cases of dementia, usually we recommend that Neurozan Plus is recommended to the clients or to your patients, because whether you like it or not, the free radicals that are released are damaging the nerves of the brain. And you need to help these nerves recover. And how do you do that? You do not just bank on lifestyle. It's very important for lifestyle modification to also, of course, to be applied. If those persons are used to smoking, if they are used to alcohol, if they work long round the clock and do not even have time to rejuvenate, those are very, good lines of recovery, helping the brain to better manage stress conditions. But then if the nerves of the brain have been damaged, you would need so much more. And this is where you bank on the nutrients you take. And now we understand that, yes, you could say, so why can we not place our patients on nutrients. All of these active pharmaceutical ingredients, they are present in some of the foods that we eat. Yes, it's likely that you could do that, but then how many of these, do you know that the dose that your patient would need, your patient requires a higher dose of these vitamins if your patient has a clinical case of dementia? You will not just be banking on the antioxidants you're getting from, say, your fruits and your vegetables, because those would not be sufficient. You would need higher doses of it. And that's why we recommend Neurosan. Now, Neurosan is a comprehensive formula. When you look at the pack, it has all of the essential minerals and vitamins that I've mentioned today. So if you're not taking anything out of this meeting, it's the fact that your brain needs to be prioritized when you're taking care of it. I know that a lot of us screamed this morning when we came here. Of course, we didn't want our bodies looking so dry. And I know a lot of us also take some, antioxidants on the side, because, when COVID came, we became more aware. We wanted to boost our immunity and all of that. But that's not the only part of the body that needs caring for. And with the revelation that dementia is more prevalent in sub-Saharan Africa, in low and middle-income countries like Nigeria, it's actually very important that we prioritize our brain health, that we prioritize our mental performance. So mental performance, if you've not taken anything out of this meeting, mental performance is not that you are sick in the head. It is not that your patient is sick in the head or they have one problem or the other, one mental problem or the other. It's the fact that when you prioritize your mental health, you will be able to perform better at your jobs. You will be able to cut down on the impact of stress and the impact of free radicals in your body. So when you go to your pharmacist next, when you visit the pharmacist, please remember Neurosan, courtesy Vital Biotics, and please remember that we are here to improve the quality of life of people living in Nigeria and Africa by extension. So thank you so much. We'll continue this presentation.
Good morning, everyone. So away from nutrition and to something interesting. Okay, good morning, pharmacists. My name is Pharmacist Ifoma, and I'm here to introduce to us today a world-class blood pressure monitor, A&D from A&D Medical Japan. So before I go into the features, just a quick information on the burden of hypertension and why home blood pressure measurement is actually important. So cardiovascular diseases are the leading cause of death globally, and it's estimated that about 17.9 million people die from this disease. And this is 85% of this 17.9 is as a result of heart attack and stroke. And the prevalence of hypertension in Nigeria is actually higher than the global prevalence. In Nigeria, for male, is about 38.6, while global prevalence for hypertension for male is 29.2. For female is about 41.2, and global prevalence is about 24.8. And we all agree that this is quite high. And why is this so in Nigeria? Some of the reasons include genetic predisposition, we are blacks, lifestyle, and also the low awareness of our own blood pressure measurement. So for us today as pharmacists, what is our role? Our role actually is for more public awareness on hypertension and also to encourage individuals to check their blood pressure measurements at home. This will help us to detect the hypertension quite early and also manage it and reduce some of these complications that will result to CVDs. And also recommending monitors that are clinically validated. We have quite a number of blood pressure monitors in the market, but are they validated? So in the management of hypertension, it involves quite a number of activities: lifestyle modification, alcohol cessation, smoking cessation, regular exercise, reducing and managing mental stress, treating the high blood pressure, and managing other associated health conditions. And also regular blood pressure check at home, and this is where A&D comes in. So why should blood pressure be checked at home? The European Hypertension Society actually said it's part of the guideline. It has made it part of the guidelines for management of hypertension. This is actually to help physicians in comparing blood pressure measurements at home and what they get in the hospital. And I would also like to say that measuring our blood pressure at home do not replace our physician visit. It just helps in evaluating some potentially false readings. We all are aware of the white coat hypertension or max hypertension, but when we measure our blood pressure at home, we're able to actually compare with what we got in the house and the result at the hospital. And also, for individuals that are at risk of hypertension, if you're 40 years and above, pregnant women, individuals that are already on medication, hypertensives, diabetic patients, they need to check their blood pressure at home. So the features of a good blood pressure monitor. I know we've used one blood pressure monitor or the other, but what are the features of a quality blood pressure monitor? Number one is accuracy and precision, very important. Reliability, how reliable are the machines we are using? Another one is durability and ease of use, quality assured manufacturing, and clinical validation, very important. Clinical validation means that the value we are getting with the machine is the same thing when we use the regular or the old SFIG, that's the mercury SFIG. And another point is cost effective. Yes, we live in a middle income country and we need to face reality. Cost is a major point when considering some of these machines. And another factor is warranty. And all these are found with A&D blood pressure monitor. So the question today is, why A&D blood pressure monitor and not other brands in the market? So for us, our vision at A&D is to provide the highest quality at more affordable prices. When you visit our stand and you compare the prices of our monitor to the other brands in the market, I'm sure you will agree with us on this vision. And for us too at A&D Medical, we are experts in instrumentation and machines. It's a Japanese quality. When we compare it to other brands in the market, we have a lot of cheaper brands that are not of same quality. And I'm here to tell us that A&D is actually quoted on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. And this goes a long way to validate the company A&D Medical. And one interesting thing is we actually invest about 10% of our total annual sales into research and development to ensure that we bring out quality and affordable products for our consumers. And also our products are cost effective with improved functions. And also we have a long history of existence, over 40 years of existence. I think we should clap for A&D Nigeria. And also, A&D has a 5-year warranty. And I think this is the only machine that has a 5-year warranty when you compare to other brands in the market. And these are many more reasons why we should choose A&D. So here are some of the SKUs that we have. We have upper arm UA611, simply means upper arm 611, and upper arm blood pressure monitor 651. Some of the features include, it has a slim fit curve, it has irregular heartbeat detector, WHO reading for easy reading for our patients, both the educated and the not educated ones, they can actually use it. And it also takes average of our BP measurement, and it has a memory of 30 readings. For WHO indicator, it's easy to be used by patients that are educated and not educated. We have the green, the yellow, and the red color. The green shows that our blood pressure is within normal. The amber color shows that the blood pressure is slightly above normal, and the red is actually saying the blood pressure is high and you need to see a doctor as soon as possible. So if you look at the arrow there, it's pointing to a heart that is vibrating. That's actually one of the diagnostic tools that we see on our blood pressure monitor. It's the irregular heartbeat indicator. So if you're checking a patient BP and you notice that sign, it's an indicator to refer the patient to a doctor, a cardiologist for further evaluation. And this serves actually as a diagnostic tool. But I would also like to let us know that sometimes this irregular heartbeat indicator could be as a result of movement error. So we also need to watch that. So other SKUs are the 767SW. It simply means wider curve, and 767FW has a wider curve. For the 767, you can use it for multiple users. 4 users can use it, while the 767, you can use it for 2 individuals. It has a bigger curve size, 22 to 42 cm. The curve size is actually very important because in our community practice, we have individuals with large arms, and if it's not the appropriate curve, you might be getting a wrong reading. And interesting thing also is these machines have curve error indicator. So if you're using a wrong curve or the curve is small compared to what you're supposed to use, it will actually show you that there's a curve error. And these are other SKUs. So at A&D Nigeria, we have other machines. We have the blood pressure monitor, we have the digital thermometer, we have the infrared thermometer, nebulizers, weighing scale, and etc. All the machines are available at our stand, and all of them are sold at discounted rate today. So A&D Nigeria is honored to be in Nigeria. Is honored to be in Nigeria to support in the management or reduction in the prevalence of hypertension in Nigeria. And it's distributed in Nigeria by Kentoni Pharma Limited. Meet us at our stand, and our machines are sold to YPG today at discounted prices. So in summary, why should we choose A&D blood pressure monitor? A&D blood pressure monitor is NAFDAC registered, Japanese quality at a better price, clinically validated by European Hypertension Society and British Hypertension Society, easy to read WHO indicator, 5-year warranty, and it comes with extra battery. And some of the machines actually have inlets for electricity, so we can actually use the battery or use the electricity to power it. So we are available at our stand. If you need any of the machines, we are here to take your orders. Thank you very much.
Please a round of applause for Vitabiotics and A&D. Thank you so much. Just as I had predicted, it's nice when you have these things at a mix. Small management, Shopkite came, gave us all the retail, blah, blah. Then Vitabiotics came. Although that Vitabiotics presentation, I'm not sure if they were attacking us or the patients, because they're just going, your brain, and we know that we are getting older and all that, but so is the Neurosan for us or for the patient? It's for everybody, okay. Anyways, thank you so much for that presentation. The truth about it is, for a product like that, for a supplement like that, it's for everybody, really. The presenter was making a point about how Lagos can do so much to you. And then she took it back to mental health. And in my mind, I was just remembering some imagine wearing a shirt and a tie on a Monday morning, looking prim and proper, only for you to get into traffic and the agbero within comes forth. That's what Lagos can do to you sometimes. And all these things have effects on the body, they have effects on the brain, on the mental health overall. So it's lovely that we have products like this that help us to look after ourselves, and not just ourselves, but also look after our patients, because a lot of people will come when you're in the community pharmacy space. I had my stints in that space, and I know the kind of, because again, for a space like Nigeria, it is the first interaction with healthcare that a lot of people get. So before they go to anywhere, they've come to you. And sometimes you hear the problem and you're like, but you can't do that. You have to be reassuring and at least find a solution for them in that immediate. So it's important that we are aware of these products, of these developments. Thank you so much, Vitabiotics, for coming to share, and A&D as well. Again, hypertension is a wicked reality in this country. I mean, you just wake up one day and you hear that somebody slumped and just died. And it feels sudden. It feels like, oh, what's mystical force is at work here? But the reality is it could as well just be his blood pressure that shot up, and maybe when he was having the headaches, he didn't pay attention. Also, people don't even get the headaches. It just comes, and before you know it, life is gone in a flash. So it's important that as much as possible, we are on top of these things, not just for ourselves, but for the people, the thousands of Nigerians that depend on us as healthcare providers in this system. So thank you very much. Again, their stand is also at the back, so like ShopKite, if you also want to probe them further, if you want to ask some questions, learn more about these products, during the course of the trade fair, you can just walk to their stand at the back and ask these representatives. I heard something about discounts exclusively for YPs today, so if you are, just as I said, if you are at this event today, you are a YP, so just go to them and claim these discounts, take advantage of this discount. So while the presentation was going on, two of our distinguished guests came in. They came in. Typically, I'm supposed to, because the Yoruba boy in me wants to prostrate, you know. There's a little bit of drama in the course of displaying respect, but I'll package myself, I'll arrange myself. So, first person, because I'm in no particular order, the first person I'm going to introduce, we have not met yet, but yet we have met. Because sometimes you get to interact with the work that these people do, even before you meet them. Personally, I'm a fan of the editorial. I love the editorial. So whenever there's an editorial, I just look forward to it and I try to enjoy it and probe it as much as possible. So imagine having an editorial around pharmacy. I've worked on a couple myself, so I know how beautiful it can be, how tedious the work can be. So the first interaction I had with this person was through one of the editorials of Farm Alliance. And since then, it has, I've been looking forward to a day like this where I get to meet him in person and maybe even talk about the work that went into that. So please, YPG Lagos, if your hands are not too busy, appreciate with me, welcome with me to this great occasion, Pharmacist Shino Okpanubi, the project catalyst of the Farm Alliance Network. Thank you so much, sir. We are very much grateful for your presence. We do not take it for granted. Also, I don't know is anybody helping track the conversations online so that we don't leave them out of it, though? Please, somebody's causing a protest there. I want to be kept informed. Also, during the presentation, our keynote speaker for this event walked in. The first interaction I had with him, one of the perks of holding the microphone at this event is that I get to meet a lot of people. Some of them popular, some of them rich, although I'm broke. But it's a fun opportunity to network and meet these guys. So my first interaction with him was, I think, in PANS, during PANS, one of those PANS events, where we brought him to Shagamu, come talk to us about this and that and this. And when I got his profile now, I was a little shocked because back then, the profile read wellness. So in my mind, I associated the name with wellness. But I read the profile I got and there was nothing. I was like, what happened? And only for me to go back to wellness and see that, he's still there, but now a little passive. But since that time till now, he has gone on to do a lot more amazing stuff, a lot more great stuff, some of which I will read when we take his citation. But that just goes to show you how dynamic you can be as a person in this profession. So please, YPG Lagos, again, I'm sorry that the applauses, we're going to be having a lot of applauses because we have a lot of amazing people. Welcome with me to this great event, Pharmacist Victor Benga Afolabi. He's the group CEO of Hazan Holdings. Amazing guy. That's just the summary of, we will read it so you see it for yourselves, but he's an amazing guy. Down to earth, top man. I mean, you think he's like one of you guys because he's wearing a shirt and a jean and YPG. Hey, there are levels to this. So. Anyways, so before we go into the keynote, we're going to take one final presentation. We're just going to jump right into the keynote. So, Emzo. You know the thing about Emzo? They have a way of bullying people. So, I want to hang your name beside the organizers. What's that? Anyways, a round of applause for our representatives from Enzo Pharmaceuticals.
Okay. I can see a lot of people have offended in the house, so I'm just going to try to hide my face. Good afternoon. Good morning, senior colleague. Wow. It's good to see you again, Ma. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, young pharmacists here present. It's always a pleasure to stand before you in whatever capacity. But today, my name is Yumika Oguns. I'm a brand manager with Emzo Pharmaceuticals, and I will just be telling you a little bit about us. I know you've heard so much about us in times past. You probably grew up taking our paracetamol and taking our vitamin C, but so much has happened since you were babies, since we were babies. I mean, we are peers and all. So I'll just be doing a little bit of that and also sharing some of the things we've been up to with you. And I would round up by telling you how you can partner with us to help us achieve our vision of bringing unlimited wellness to the world. I have a couple of minutes, so please try not to sleep. Thank you. All right, so before now, our message has always been Emzo bringing unlimited wellness to the world. But in recent times, with the advent of the pandemic and, of course, the economic crisis that has been brewing for a couple of years, we realized that beyond just making medicines available to you, we need to do a little bit more. And so we branched into import substitution. And the major aim was for us to achieve medicine security in Nigeria and even Africa. So we all know Emzo is an household name, and we have a legacy that spans over 40 years. And right now, we have 4 factory sites. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. We have global certifications and so much more. And again, for those who don't know, Emzo started as a retail pharmacy. So for people who have their dreams to start their own retail pharmacies, perhaps you might be the Emzos of the future. Who knows? You might be. We might just be brewing some great names here. All right. So between 1977 and now, we have grown to expand our product portfolio to over 200 products. We started with just paracetamol, and we have grown to over 200 products across several product categories. And also, we have grown from just being Emzo Pharmaceuticals to having subsidiaries that include Emzo Vaccines, include Zolon Healthcare, Emzo Hesco as well, and of course, the mother, which is Emzo Pharmaceuticals. So I mentioned the import substitution earlier. You might be wondering why this is important. The truth is, in Nigeria, there are only 115 registered pharmaceutical companies serving over 200 million people. I mean, we always argue about what our true population is. Nobody ever seems to know for sure. But there are just 115 registered pharmaceutical companies. And out of those 115 pharmaceutical companies, most people are involved in importation. Very few are involved in complete local manufacturing. So this leaves us at the mercy of a lot of global factors that we probably cannot even control. Okay, so when the COVID-19 pandemic happened, we know how almost everything got shut down. The supply chain was a mess because people could no longer forecast and say, I'm going to get my meds, I'm going to get my goods in 2 months, or I'm going to get it in 3 months. And up till now, we can say it's been 2 years since the lockdown, and up till now, so many people have not recovered. So many pharmaceutical companies still don't have a hang of their supply chain network. So, because we have reduced local production in Nigeria, we are really at a lot of risk. And so it caused a lot of drug scarcity in 2019, 2020 for so many reasons. And so, what's going to happen to us if there's another pandemic? The last time we had issues of, oh, this drug is not available, this is not available, and the regulatory bodies were scrambling, and we had to deal with so many out-of-stock situations and poor funding, of course. But what's going to happen to us as a people, as a nation, during the next pandemic? And this is what led us to saying, okay, as Emzo Pharmaceutical, we have the capacity. We have the capacity, we have the vision, we have the drive, we have the people. And so we are going fully into import substitution. And so there are a few benefits. Medical and health security, I already talked a bit about that. Quality, high quality medicines that are available and affordable. That's been the mantra of Emzo for over 4 decades. Quality medicines that are affordable and are available when you want them. And also a little bit of tech transfer and research development. Recently, we relaunched our Para 1000 milligrams, which, leveraging a bit of technology, the caplet size was optimized, the caplet shape was optimized. And currently, I make bold to say that paracetamol has one of the fastest dissolution rates amongst paracetamol, or in any brand of paracetamol that you can pick up currently in Nigeria, which means that the onset of action is very, very fast. And there's always a little challenge that I throw out anytime I talk about Para 1000. If you have a headache in the audience and you want to test it, please, you can just come to our stand and then we'll do a little bit of test. And we'll see how many minutes it takes you to feel any bit of relief. Okay. So, I mentioned our manufacturing facility earlier on, and we're really proud of this because now in Shagamu, we have a manufacturing plant that houses our oral solid dosage plant. We also have a cephalosporin plant, which is going to be, I think, one of the first in sub-Saharan Africa. We are branching into IV fluids production, our beta-lactam plant, and so much more. And this is a WHO standard facility, and it's the first in sub-Saharan Africa. Okay. I mean, you know, when people are used to hearing you say you're doing so many things, you just feel, okay, it's business as usual. Like, okay, you guys are just saying another thing. But really, this is not business as usual. So I think at some point, you're going to need to applaud them, so I'm just saying. So, okay. So moving on, we have also branched into API manufacturing. And why is this important? In the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, no pharmaceutical company currently manufactures any active pharmaceutical ingredient locally. Nobody. And so Emzo became the first, and we are starting with anti-malarials. We're starting with SP, we're starting with artemether-lumefantrine. Why? Because the burden of maternal death and child mortality in Africa, in Nigeria, is very high. And if you've been following the journey of Emzo over the years, you would know that we are really big on improving the indices when it comes to maternal health and also child mortality. So we are going to be manufacturing APIs for the treatment and prevention of malaria. All right. So I mentioned earlier that we have some subsidiaries. So we have Zolon. Zolon used to be the ethical arm of Emzo, but right now, they're a whole subsidiary. They've grown to be able to stand alone on their own without needing so much support. So yeah. So if you see Zolon products, you also know that it has the seal of quality that comes from Emzo. So I'm just going to try to run through this. These are just some of the products that they currently have. Emzo Vaccines. Emzo Vaccines has been doing a whole lot of work in improving access to vaccination, even amongst retail pharmacists, partnering with retail pharmacists, partnering with other healthcare practitioners as well. Then Emzo HESCO is our hospital equipment arm and also deals with diagnostic materials. And then Emzo Pharma. Okay. So these are just a few of our new products. Yeah. So you might be wondering, you have said so much, you've told us, oh, Emzo is doing this, Emzo is doing that. So how do you want to partner with us? How do we need you to partner with us to ensure that if there's ever another pandemic, we are prepared? So it's one thing for us to have the tech. It's one thing for us to have the resources. It's one thing for us to have the vision. But we need the people to make it work. We need the people to make this vision a reality. So I'll be doing two things here now. First off, I'll be telling you that in Emzo currently we are looking for ambitious young people. We are looking for who are ready to join us in EMSA Pharmaceuticals. So it's a good thing that we pick. So I'll be saying that if you are interested in joining the EMSA family, this is a very good opportunity for you. We're going to be there, so you can walk up to me and let me know. Currently, of priority to us is bringing in people into the marketing team. So we're currently looking for, I mentioned earlier, ambitious young people who are interested in carrying the message of unlimited wellness to Nigeria and to Africa. So we're currently looking for brand managers and assistant brand managers. And also, if there are specific areas that you think you might be able to add value to the company, please walk up to me and let's have that conversation. It's a limited time offer because work resumes tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. So I'm very sure you might be wondering that, what is this? So, how many people are in retail practice here? Hello? How many people are in retail practice? Okay. All right, thank you very much. So, I mentioned earlier that we have a number of new products that we have introduced, a number of new products that EMSA has introduced, and a number of, well, we have legacy products that you are very familiar with. So if you look here, you would see the vitamin C, which is a product that you're very, very familiar with, I'm sure. Now, what we are trying to do with this is a display stand, so it's meant for your retail premises, it's meant for your retail premises. What we are trying to do with this is, one, to help you position high-quality medicines in a strategic point in your pharmacy. So it is easy for your patients to see them at a glance. And it's very easy for them to say, oh, what is this? Can I pick this up? Can I have this? Or what else do you have apart from this? So these display stands are being made available to retail pharmacies at no cost. All right? The display stand itself. However, of course, it's not a charity organization, so the medicines themselves come at a cost. But so if you get this, you're going to be getting the new Power 1000, which is, I talked about it a bit. Then you're also going to be getting our Paranite. EMSA Paranite is a combination of Difen and paracetamol, and it is non-addictive. It's a non-addictive sleep aid. Yeah. And then you also have the Emtracil, which is our antacid, and the old guys that you're very familiar with. You have the MCAP paracetamol suspension. Funnily, most people, I can see a Moxie-man smiling here, so I'm going to ignore him. Most people do not know that this is actually paracetamol suspension. It's very different from the paracetamol syrup. Okay, so yeah, so you also have that, and then you have the MCAP and all of that. So you'll be wondering, what do you get if you're to pick this up, or if you're to make a recommendation for your pharmacies to pick this up? So for everyone here, every young pharmacist here present who makes a recommendation to their pharmacies, or if you're the pharmacy owner and you decide to pick up one of these, for every stand that you get, I think I have some of my colleagues here present. You guys can stand up. They're wearing our Google shirt, so you can actually get the Google shirt for yourself. I also have that one. Yeah, you can get that for yourself if you pick one of these up. And then, in addition to that, you would be getting any of these other products. Okay, so Motostop is our brand of loperamide, so you'll be getting that. Either the shirt and this. You'll also be getting the Lockmal dispersible tablets. Fun fact, NAFDAC is phasing out AL suspensions, so we are moving to dispersible tablets. So the earlier you jump on this, the better for everybody. Yeah, so if you pick up any of this, you're going to be getting any of these other products, all right? So if you are interested, I think we're going to be here for a while, so at the end of the program, you can come to the EMSA stand and ask questions, and also indicate interest. You can also put a call across to your bosses to find out if they are interested, if you cannot make that decision on your own. So yes, so those are two wonderful offers that I have presented here to you today from EMSA Pharmaceuticals. And I look forward to hearing from you when we're done with this. And thank you very much, Madam Coordinator. Thank you very much, Young Pharmacist Group.
Please a round of applause for EMSA Pharmaceuticals, or EMSA Group as a whole.
I know that they are a very big supporter of young pharmacists across the country. At almost every young pharmacist event, you find Emzo there. Emzo, what's happening? Eh? What's happening? Did they send you to YPs? Anyways, thank you so much for always being there. Thank you for being a brand that we can trust. I love brands that have been around a while and are still able to adapt to the realities of time, because you find some brands don't evolve, don't move with the tide, and they just become archaic like that. But for a brand to stay trendy, just as she said, some of us took these brands. We took this paracetamol growing up, and here they are, still in our faces, still making these hefty promises for quality healthcare, for availability of medicines. Thank you so much again, Emzo. Just as she said, they also have a stand behind, so when the time comes for that part of this event, the trade fair, please don't hesitate to go to their stand and take them up on that offer. I don't know how the virtual participants will be able to enjoy the offer, but I hope that there's some kind of arrangement for them. But if you are here today, if you're here in this room, please, please, and please, all these people, we've brought them for you to optimize the offer, for you to take advantage of the offer. Okay, so right about now, we are going to be going into the keynote. Yeah? How many of us are excited about that? About the keynote? Some people are not excited. I said it earlier, some people are here for food, and that's fine. It's all right. I mean, personally, if you ask me, one of the reasons I'm here is also... because as you can see, I'm a broke bachelor in Lagos. You think I won't jump at any opportunity to get food? Anyways, but beyond all that, beyond the food and all that stuff, it's important that we pay attention and we interrogate, because I don't like when people pay attention for just absorbing. So you're listening to something, but your mind is not actively probing it. You might as well just get a recording from somebody and play it later tonight. If you are here, it has to matter. It has to be worth something. So when the keynote speaker comes up, I please listen to him, listen to what he has to say, but interrogate these things as well. What do you think about that? Do you think is right there? Do you want to get clarification about that? Do you want to further probe that? Things like that. And also in the course of the panel, because even beyond the keynote, we have, just like I said, people from various aspects of practice, people with a vast and diversified array of experience in the pharmacy sector here in this country, who are here just for that sole purpose of conversation, just to speak with us, to share from their wealth of experience, to share from their expertise, and offer us a more informed opinion around some of the issues that affect us. Ultimately, if you interrogate the theme a little more, you'd see that the goal of this event, at the simplest, most basic, is to improve competency. Because, if we are telling you building competency and skills amongst young pharmacists, it's because that's where it all starts from. So yes, you're a young pharmacist, and sometimes that young in front of the pharmacist can sometimes suggest incompetence. So a person comes at you, oh, he's a young pharmacist, what does he know? That kind of thing. And it's not strange, it's not unusual, because a lot of times, entry level is usually where you are the most ignorant, right? How many of us agree? Or you just start the thing and you are a bad guy. Eh? So the first day you put a car on the road, overall best. Really? Well, you guys are hot too. But from my experience, I know that a lot of times, when you are just starting a thing, that's usually the most tedious. Because first, you have to, apart from the fact that you have to break inertia, you also have to learn about the practicalities, about the realities of that space. And that's what, to make that process easy for us, is why we're here today. It's why we've brought these people to this event to come speak with us. So, so luckily for me, another one of our distinguished guests, in fact, our most senior host, just walked in. YPG Lagos, are you here? Are you around? I'm sure that if you are in Lagos, if Bukola did not just go to ship you from Ogun State or bring you from Edo State, you probably know the person I'm speaking about. Last week, interestingly, was the PSN week, was PSN Lagos week. That's the Pharmacists Society of Nigeria, Lagos State chapter, had a series of events last week in annual tradition, of course. And I remember on Friday, if I'm correct, Friday was dedicated to just young pharmacists. Is this correct? How many of us were at that event on Friday? Because that's how much priority, that's how much the organization believes in young pharmacists. They gave a whole day, dedicated a whole day to young pharmacists. And even now here today at the opening ceremony of the PSN-YPG week, we are still humbled to have amidst us the state chairman of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Lagos State chapter, in the person of pharmacist Gbagada Iyola. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for all your support. Always, we do not take it for granted. We know that, it's a public holiday. If you are not a local pharmacist, you should be at your house resting. But I know that you people, power, they come off for your head, power. You'll be counting hours. But the fact that you're here today means that, there's a cost. There's a cost you're paying, an opportunity cost. At the worst, you should be sleeping somewhere, preparing for work tomorrow. But you are here, and we do not take it for granted. So thank you so much. So right about now, just as I said, we'll be going into the keynote. Our keynote speaker is ready. And I promise you, you are in for an amazing time. Apart from the keynote, look forward to the keynote, but even look forward to the panel session, because chai. So while the keynote just comes, dispenses, in the panel, you say, sir, that thing you said, say it again. So please, it all starts, of course, with the keynote, and we're going to be going into that now. So to start the keynote, I will be taking the citation of the keynote address speaker. Okay, let me just bring that up. How many of us have heard the name Victor Gbagada Afolabi before now? You've ever heard it before? You've never heard it before? How many of us? You don't know the man? Interesting. So nobody has heard of Victor Gbagada Afolabi? Wow. Am I the only one that... Oh, well. The most recent members of YPG say they have, so for obvious reason, of course. But outside them, any young pharmacists by age in the room, ever heard of Victor Gbagada Afolabi? Okay. That's about to change, because I promise you, we have brought to you one of our finest in pharmacy profession in Nigeria, not Lagos, in Nigeria. And sir, I know that I'm not rich, I'm a small boy, but I would love to please crave your indulgence to please stand as I take your citation. All right, Victor Gbagada Afolabi, the group CEO, Azon Holdings. He is a venture capitalist, a strategic brand and management professional, a tech enthusiast, and a business curator who has shown and demonstrated an exceptional knack for turning businesses around over the past 20 years. His innate ability to create has sustainably birthed several business ventures with an unbroken chain of top to bottom line growth across multiple disciplines. Victor's passion to create an energized and consumer-centric culture of continuous improvement, innovation, and creative but tailored strategies that ultimately position companies to hit the competitive landscape running, ultimately growing their market share consistently. With his experience in managing brand practices in FMCG, today he thrives as the founder and chief executive officer of Azon Holdings, a diversified business holding company with roots in agriculture, market access, brand communication, healthcare, renewable energy, and technology. out of his commitment to unhold the next generation while creating opportunities, Mr. Victor curated Mark Arc. That's the first ever media and marketing in Nigeria, Eko Climathon, and the Art of Technology, which is Nigeria's largest tech conference. A platform that fosters collaboration between the tech ecosystem, policymakers, and ecosystem stakeholders. He holds a bachelor's degree in pharmacy from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and a Master of Science degree in managerial psychology from the University of Ibadan, and an MBA from Alliance Business School, Manchester, in the UK. He is an alumnus of the Lagos Business School and a recipient of several notable awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me to deliver his keynote for the opening ceremony of this event, Pharmacists Victor Benga Afolabi. Thank you very much. Please keep clapping till he gets here. You don't get to see VGA in person every day.
Thank you. This works? Will I see the slides? Yes. Okay. Yeah, it's beautiful, smart. But I don't need to see my face, so just remove my face. It's not. The face is not very fine, actually. Yeah, gracias. Just a minute. The internet is moved. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure. Okay, but if this works, I think I can cope with this. Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon already. Good, good. Sorry, I'm trying to hear. Where am I? I'll point to you. I'm just trying to see where's the control. It's not moving. Okay, thanks everyone, and I think it's a privilege. Do I need this? Okay. I think it's a privilege to get to speak and me. Sorry, can you help me move it to the first slide? Pharmacist Raji, is it money? I have to know which one. Why am I stressing myself when you're around? I beg. He's an old man, old war horse, okay? We're in the trenches as young people together. If there are people that I admire as young people, I wish I could redo this pharmacy thing again. I'm not sure if I would have done some of the things I've done, but all the same, it's a privilege being with young people today and your gathering. And I'll use the next 20 minutes thereabout to just share about what I feel speaks to the topic of today, where we're talking about advancing of the profession. And it's about empowering young pharmacists. Because ultimately, the strength of a people is about the youthfulness of their population. And I think you are the ones that can, to a large extent, fix a few of the things that we didn't get right. And a few of the areas where we've struggled, we think you have an opportunity to chat in your part. And I love the part that I talked about the skill set for the next phase. So thank you very much. I do not take it for granted for having me. And I do hope in the next 20 minutes, we will be able to dialogue together. The slides naturally guide me. I'm a bush local man. I like to teach. I was just telling my chairman again that I'm sure in another 5 years I'll be back in the classroom. Ultimately, I'm retiring in the classroom because I think that's where I find joy. So these things guide me. I think usually I will just speak from the God. I remember I taught a bit in LBS, and their problem was always that my slides and what I say are always different. And I said, I don't know. So the slides, by the time the students come back, they complain that they use the slides, and the slides know what I've said. I say, I'm sorry. It's just so that I'll guide, so I don't kick me out of the class. Okay? And when we look about skill set and look at the future of the profession, I'll speak from the part of what I've seen shape our profession. And what is shaping our profession is not just dropping words of information technology and all that. It's about, I did a bit of work in strategic management. And one of the things that they've helped us in strategic management is you understand the power of trends and you leverage trends, okay? And so check any profession, check anything in life. There's something we call the mega trends. There's mega trends for pharmacy profession. There's mega trends for life. There's mega trends for Lagos State. When they're skewing the identity and all that, we use quite a number of those research documents. And when we look at what our profession will look like in the future and the skill set that is necessary, there's nothing else that we should bother ourselves about than checking what are the mega trends that will shape the world. Because ultimately, pharmacists are not detached from the world. We are offering service. We are creating value in the world. And there are some major mega trends that will shape our world. I do not think we have many of them elaborated in here, but I'll speak about the mega trends as I go, as it shapes things. But one of the challenges people have seen, and this happens to be the fifth mega trend, is how technology is shaping and redefining things. I can confidently speak to an extent that technology is one of the major disruptors that we have in our world today. And it's not about sending, it's not about email. It's not that, oh, I want to send an email. No, it's not about that. It's about defining the way we work and the way we interact. And so one of the major mega trends is about technology. And you can see the quote I have in there that one of the biggest challenges to medicine is the incorporation of information technology to practice. And I know many of us might not have seen the impact, but it's a mega change to how we will practice. And it's a major disruptor. And for anyone coming out of pharmacy and who wants to be running in the next 5-10 years, the pharmacy, the way you know it, is not going to be the way it is. I keep saying, when we were trying to finish from school, Raji, there was no email. You didn't have email. We used to go to one place like that. We print scanet.com or something. One email for the old school. We will print one scanet. What was that thing? One email, all of us, they will put your name on it. There was nothing like that. But hey, see what has happened to our world. When I started working, started as a rep in 03, 04, even when I joined Nestle in 05, there was no BlackBerry. I was in Nestle when BlackBerry came and BlackBerry died. And it tells you how fast the changes happen in life. And so one of the mega trends that will shape the world will be technology. And it's a major one. But let's look at the stats. And what I'll be talking about is how the mega trends will shape pharmacy practice. Most of it is not in here, but I mean, just follow me as we go, okay? And so you have all this information about pharmacy, and I don't want to bore you. But because, like I said, they used to harass me that I'm a bad lecturer. I like to talk. I don't like to write. I need to put this thing so that I look like a serious pharmacist. So when you look at all your health sector, how it's financed, the numbers, what's working in there, every one of us is a testament to the frustrations we feel. But much more than the frustration you feel around how bad the healthcare practice is the frustrations that I see so many pharmacists go through. Okay? And I struggled also, okay? I finished pharmacy like so many people. I was fairly okay. So in those days, they used to say 4.0. I don't know what they say now, but you know, when you finish 4 point something those days, you feel, super cool. And I thought, oh, the world was just open to me. And then you come out and you see that the options are very limited. When I started working as a rep, you were shocked that out of about 10 reps, you're the only pharmacist. The rest were just, and you keep asking, was it about chasing them in Agbeni and Idumota? Why? So why did I cram 130-something chemical structures and benzene ring and all? What was it for, guys? I mean, it was drawing mosquito, and there was nothing I want to do with it. And I'm sure everybody remembers Viva. You will cram and cram and cram. And you say his pharmacology problem is coming from UI. You now be imagine what can the man, you pray, speak everything. So that what he wants to say, God will reveal to you. God will be quiet. I mean, all manners of, how can there be a course that people will have B as pass mark dispensing? That was what it was in my own school. I'm not sure. What course in this world should you have a B? And then you take a people and pass through them all through that furnace. Then they come out, and the value they bring to society, anybody who has not been to the 4 walls of any school can add similar, I'm concerned. Oh, so you tell me, oh, yes, I know pharmacognosy. I agree. But guys, let's be very honest with ourselves. Do people, or are people willing, when you talk about innovation, hey, God help me not digress. When you talk about innovation, okay, innovation has to be something that the consumer or your customer can perceive and is willing to pay for, okay, under innovation. Question, the knowledge we have as pharmacists, are the patients able to perceive and willing to pay for it? So it brings no value. And I hope you allow me to be blunt here. Okay, so I've left about 20 years, so I think I've seen a bit. Not like my Oga, but after 20 years, I know small. Okay? So the problem is, yes, pharmacists, oh, yes, I know, I agree. Overtrained, overqualified. Question. When we come to the place where there's exchange of value, is there a strong perception of our value add? You can think you are adding value, but it doesn't matter. The guy at the other side who is willing to pay an exchange, is he getting a strong does he perceive that? Do you know what? And why do we talk about retail pharmacy? Because a significant chunk of us are employed in the retail pharmacy. Have you not seen so many retail pharmacies that when you keep a shop girl there for 6 to 7 or 8 years and she wears a word code, they call her the pharmacist? It makes the perception, and ultimately it's not about you. It means the perception of the consumer, the shopper, the guy that creates value. His perception about you has not allowed him to see a difference. If the market has not perceived that difference, sorry, that's what it is. Because they'll tell you in strategy, perception is reality. And so, when we're talking about this conversation about skill sets, how do we jumpstart this young generation of pharmacists so that they do not experience the frustration that many of my generation went through? And I think our people qualify to be frustrated. When we go through all the experiences and the options, and people ask me, how did I end up here? I was frustrated. Yeah, I worked in a hospital. They will keep me behind counter. I'll be talking to people. It's the same drugs. I went to psychiatry. Only Lagati, morning, afternoon, night. Mrs. Peters, you pack 5 envelope of Lagati, Mrs. Peters and Mrs. K. You pack. The only thing was that I got my wife out of the place. Nothing else. I brought nothing out. I brought only Lagati. Is that why? I said, no, I went to do rep. Then I was selling rapid flogs and off Flumade. Everybody too was saying, you get to the field, you don't know who is the pharmacist. Every time you want to write that invoice, does your pharmacy invoice look different? Will somebody pay you extra because you're a pharmacist? The problem is when the value you are creating, somebody else can provide that same kind of value at a cheaper cost. It devalues what you carry. And that's our problem. That's the problem. And that's why we're frustrated. In my opinion, when we see pharmacists today, okay, even as young pharmacists, and comparatively, their disposable income or take home is less than 400, there's a problem. Because the standard of living does not match the experience that they've gone through. And definitely, it's nobody's fault, sorry, because nobody owes you. Don't feel bad. But the onus lies on us to reskill in the right direction. Does that set the context? So the statistics are there. We are the 5th worst in terms of healthcare. But do I think that there's no opportunity in healthcare? Absolutely not. Massive opportunity. Are you approaching healthcare with the right skill set? No, sir. Is the skill set in school that we brought out relevant? Absolutely not. At least 20 years I've graduated. So I should have an idea. And Shina, we know. Maybe he was in Pfizer. Why did he come and be doing this one? And Raji is now doing media. And he's carrying TV up and down and screen. Why are we doing that? Because we know, sir, that the market skill set is asking for something different. If the world has changed, it's not that pharmacy is not relevant, but the way pharmacy should add value has changed. And so I went through the same frustrations many people went through. And it was in searching. I did not throw away the lens or the cap of the pharmacy practice. I kept saying, what value should I add as a pharmacist? Because guess what? Now that I'm where I am, I can look back and say, what you studied in school is not so important in your output, in having a successful output, as much as the habits and attitude you pick. And that's what pharmacy, I think, prepares us from. Okay? What will be the skill sets of the future? I'm bold to tell you, critical thinking skills. As a pharmacist, look, so in the future, and please pardon me, if I say this is with every sense of responsibility, okay? When we talk about some of these things, if I sound very emphatic, don't be offended because some of them are actually real research and work, okay? In the future, none of us is sure what professions are going to be in the future. But of course, you can Google. When you Google, you find that almost 80% of the profession, law, accounting, and all that, will not be jobs of the future. I mean, it's not there. But let's narrow it down to pharmacy. When we keep working, and I'm a strategic management person, okay, and so we use different frameworks, you will find that in the future, 4 skill sets. Those 4 skill sets, pharmacists, this training confers it on you. But we're not sure, maybe it's robots or there's a phone that will do your function in the future. So your function of what you studied and displayed, that's not it, the dosage. That's not what matters. But what did that training and skill give to you? Critical thinking skills. How do you see something and you can analyze them? That critical thinking skills is what we go through that intensive rigor. From the pharmacognosy thing to looking for saponins and all those wonderful strange things that you need to keep in here. You need to keep them. It's not because you need them to write a thesis or a paper. It confers on you critical thinking skills relevant in any profession. Second thing, problem-solving skills. Those are the skill set. You will notice that in the future, it's not professions anymore. It's the skill set. And then I'll tie this up with the mega trends and you see how it lands, okay? Sorry if I don't use my slide, but I'll leave it for you. What did I call the second one? The greatest frustration you will have as a young person is not to hone your problem-solving skills. I've seen, and I've been around a bit, I've seen pharmacists who solve nothing in the outlet they find themselves, who leave for the shop girl and say, I'm a pharmacist, I've only come to consult. Is that consulting pass? Is that skill set? Is the customer or is the market? I'll use the word market. I know pharmacists struggle with the word market, but market in our own parlance is where there's exchange of value, okay? Does the market value that skill set you're talking about? Rehearse and learn how to solve problems. 15 years I've had retail pharmacies. My wife loves it. It bores me. I don't go there. How can I be saying the same thing every day? Same thing every day. Same thing every day. 70% of the people have malaria and typhoid. Every day, every day. I don't want that. But she can cope. I can't. I'm too restless. You have no idea. And it happened to a lot of people in my generation, frustrated in their 40s. Some of them want to start pharmacies. They resigned from wherever they are. And then they come to meet us. And then we say, okay, fine. So when you were working here, where did you used to shop from? Where do you source from? They have no clue. But you've been in retail pharmacy for 10 years. How do you do pricing? How does your boss do pricing? You have no clue. How do they do margins? You have no clue. What do you do? Carry bag inside and go out. And a few people, they are selling their own drugs with the bag. You come in there, sell drug with the bag. There's nobody that steals their way to success. It's impossible because it's not repeatable. You can't. No. Success is not. It's not hustle. You know, if I have time, ask me the difference between being an entrepreneur and being a hustler. There are two different things. And I've written some articles, if you follow me on LinkedIn, I've written some articles about hustling and entrepreneurship. Most Nigerian entrepreneurs are hustlers. Entrepreneurship is a totally different thing. It's like science. It's scientific. You must ability to see value, capture value, create value, and make it a repetitive process. Makes you an entrepreneur. Hustler is seeing an opportunity and trying to exploit an opportunity. So whether you're a lady who is tiptoeing, has no clue, and say, I'm the pharmacist. Is there any patient? And you are sitting in an inner room. Not a problem. They will pay you now, but your time will soon go. Or you are the brother that put bag and you put Rosephine behind and all those things. Either way is not the way for what we're talking about. Well, I know all of us are ethical, but we know what happens at times. So it's not the people inside here. It's the people that did not come. Okay? So however, guys, you will find out that ability to want to understand problem solving, when you run aptitude and all is the problem solving skills that they are testing for. They will not ask you if you're a pharmacist, sir. Problem solving skills. Skill set number 2 of the future. And then I'll end with mega trends. Third thing, sir. Decision making. Decision making skills. Decision making skills. They taught you when you did your ward round, when you did all those things, or you're dispensing, or you do a cream, it has cracked. What do you do? Ability to do those decisions on your feet are the things you need to survive in business. How do you make decisions? What is the rationale, the why of how you do it? Many people come to your boss and you are bringing problems to them. You don't rise. When you have a problem, you're talking about the recommendations you have seen. Problem solving skills. Critical thinking, problem solving, decision making, and analytical skills. Analyze the situation. Those are 4 skill sets nobody teaches you, sir. But pharmacy school prepares you for it. And those skill sets are what is relevant for the future. So if you already think, when we ask you about skill set today, and you are saying, what is your skill set? I've studied pharmacognosy. We don't need it out there. We are not even manufacturing anything, and yet you must survive. Are we extracting anything? Leave all the bush for the kidnappers. We are here. Here. Nobody is looking for any route to extract anything. So, all the things you have crammed, what should those things prepare you for? Those 4 skill sets are for the future. Why? Even as strategic management professionals, we have no clue what the job of the future looks like. We have no clue. What will be the job of the person in charge or the expert in medicines in the future? We have no clue. We're not sure whether it's a human being or a machine. So we have no clue. The pilot of the future, we have no clue. You know, I was sharing with a few people that, you remember before, you want to attack. Sorry, when I have a few minutes, chase me because I can be here for 1 hour. Just do like this, tell me to come down. Before, you want to fly aeroplane, everybody was learning how to fly. Now, to go and bomb people. Now you can sit on a ship on top of water. You kill all the Boko Haram in Sokoto. Am I right? The person has never entered the real plane. He's just inside here driving it. Those are the jobs and the careers of the future. You have no clue. We're not sure. I was teaching on innovation, media innovation the other day. I said, before now, we had celebrities that were influencers. Am I right? Liz Benson, RMD. Do you know them? They were, you remember? They were celebrities and then they were influencing people. Don't you know that you're a celebrity? You need to let people influence you. What do you have today? You have influencers that are what? Macaroni is a celebrity, am I right? But he's an influencer. Many of those things are changing. But guess what? Before now, did those professions exist? I'm a blogger. The first day I saw I'm a blogger, I said, are you okay? I'm a blogger. But you can see the new careers and jobs coming out. I was talking to one of my cousins, and I'll quickly wrap up, who says they have a daughter in the US. She's 18 and she doesn't want to go to school. They're begging her to go. She said, no. The problem is she's any more than the father and the mother in the house. Do you know what she does? She's an animator. So she draws for Japanese and Chinese firms who use all those cartoons and comics for gaming. So she's an animator. She's earning £3,400 is what they pay her. The combination of the father and the mother's salary, they go in the morning and evening and do 2 jobs. It's not up to it. So she's saying, just get me to understand, why do I need to go to school? Then they say I should cancel. I said, me too, I don't know how to cancel because I'm not earning £3,400. I'm not earning the money also now. When I earn that money, I can cancel very well. Just help me to understand. And that's the future. Gamification is massive. It's the future, sir. But guess what? For her to be able to do those things, there are some skill sets. Analytical skills. We want somebody that can be playful and fun for kids. She can analyze in her mind and create a character. If you do not have those 4 problem-solving skills, you will struggle. And so when you look at the mega trends, colleagues, and I'm trying to just tie it up in there. Mega trends that will shape the world. I remember, I think they said it's IPP that said anybody that moves against a current government is like running against a moving train. It's the same thing, you know. If you run against a moving train, all of us know the solution, okay? I think IPP said it or something then. It's the same thing when you decide to go against a mega trend. It will swallow you. There's no way. That's why they call them mega trends. Watch over a while. One of them is technology will change the way things are. And relevant for our profession, I'll talk about 3 or 4. Forgive me, I'm not following this time. This myriad of challenges can be addressed by increasing prayer. Imagine, don't worry, it's English. Go to the next one, all the same. At least I brought slide. That means I know books more. Now, watch it. What are the things that I feel, starting before we catch up, will shape? So, and anything I say, please Google it. I'm not, you can Google and find out. So, the mega trends are 1, technology. There are 7 of them. The other one is convenience. The third one is urbanization. Health and wellness is also a major mega trend. And of course, that talk about climate change and its effects and a couple of things. How many of you have seen the mega trends? Google is not them. It's not orchestra. Have you seen it? Yeah. Google, read it for me. Oh, sorry, you know, not you. A young person, not old people. Young person, read the mega. You don't know how to browse? You don't have network. Even on your phone. Pharmacists, don't let people hear that too. With all your training. But if you check some of those mega trends, I'll pick just a few, okay? And those were the things that shaped part of my perception about how this pharmacy practice, how I wanted to add value. I remember then when we were talking about how technology will change a few things, we started looking around. And if you see most of the import of what you've seen today, how health technology companies are transforming and doing raises. I'm not seeing so many pharmacists in there, understandably, but it's going to be the future. COVID has exacerbated it. You are using both your telemedicine, there's pharmacy online, which I'm not sure we've decoded how to apply it in here. But how many people know that that pharmacy online is one of the biggest threats to 200 meters? Oh, you don't know? It will be the fastest way to kill many of the current way in which people are employed. Why? When you have a massive cyber presence, like the Amazons and all that, all the other smaller ones around it get choked up. They get swallowed up. So we have already started the journey to attacking, not in a bad way, but is a major threat to even the biggest employer in terms of the sector of pharmacy practice. And so for many of you that are thinking of owning a shop, it might not be strategic. It might not be strategic. And that's technology. Oh, why? People are buying food on Jumia. They are not leaving their house. Everything you people order it online. But when it comes to medical practice, you want me to enter a shop. Or you want me to go to hospital. It's not going to happen. Because if I jump to the second mega trend, convenience and urbanization, that will continue to shape the way people read, which is why many of you want to work hybrid. It will shape the way people consume media. That's why people don't like DSTV, are doing Netflix. It will shape the way you do so many things. It's going to be about convenience. And so if convenience is shaping it, some of the things you currently are doing, is it convenience for your shopper? If it's not convenience, what is the way that you look at it in the future? How many of you, in the next 3 to 5 years, I see patients able to sit in their homes and easily be able to get all their prescriptions, get it filled online without leaving, put in their card, do the payments, and they're exited. And you find out that with all your signage, one, PSN revenue is threatened. My chairman, sir, because we won't be able to pay for signage. People that are doing signage, LASA's revenue is threatened. Landlord's revenue, a lot of things will happen. And we've seen it because many of you have stopped going to church. And you're not paying tithe and offering. And church ministry is threatened. Reality is mega trend of technology. People, now I watch 4 services. Before I used to wake up and go for 1. Now when I don't like your sermon, I change. I go to this one. I watch abroad and America. I didn't know until COVID came. And I'm not even sure where I pay for anymore. It depends on the one that I'm in a good mood. That's if I don't forget. The world has changed, guys. But I might forget to give anybody. If I watch one by 7 o'clock, I go to my Baptist at 10. From there, I go to Joy Austin abroad. Then I'll now go and finish at Oyedepo. We're ready to pray for people. I've done 4 services. Which one will I give the money, if I'm not sure? It means that there's no emotional attachment anymore. It's driven by convenience and it's technology disruption. All this, my pastor has finished. Nobody knows their congregation anymore. All of us own our church. That's what's going to happen to our practice, guys. And are you seeing it? So the skill set you need is not you have PID and all those things, you cramped things, I'm going to pour it down. It's change, it's problem solving, critical thinking, analytical skills, and understand the mega trends. And I do remember my colleague that presented, I think she was the first pharmacist that joined the health insurance company then, when we invested in 2014. She was the first, and I think I created with her the pharmacist benefit scheme, which I think most HMOs are now trying to do. And we saw a way in which pharmacists could come in. Today we have about 6 or 8 pharmacists in the business. And I keep saying, when you look at the way medical profession is, and let me also share with us, with the advent of technology and convenience, and I'll try and round up in case there are questions, okay? It will disrupt even the way we consume healthcare as it is. I know we're talking about the health insurance and all that, but I remember when I jumped in 2014, it was frustration. 2 more minutes or 1? Okay? And I'll round up. It was frustration to say, hey, why should we, as pharmacists, not understand properly the value chain? And you'll be very upset when you own a health insurance company. We process an average of 10,000 bills a month. That means 10,000 hospital encounters. People go in there, 10,000. 67.5% of all claims are pharmaceutical claims. 67.5%. I did it before and I've shared the paper before. That means all the bills you pay, and I'll round up with this one. Let me just use the example and then I'm gone. How many of you can name the revenue streams in the hospital? Revenue streams. Who has worked in hospital now? Let's be fast. They want to pursue me and I'm scared of the man. He's wearing black. Okay, that's medications, am I right? Investigations, that's lab. Diagnosis and investigations go together. Procedure. So when you look at it, The first thing you do is investigations. Whether clerking or lab, that's one income stream. The second income stream is what? Medications. Whether outpatient or inpatient, you give them medication. The third income stream is procedure, surgery, blah, blah. They make money from that. The fourth income stream is what? Admissions. Am I right? There's one more I've missed out. There's a fifth income stream. When you check all the income streams, 60 to 70% of the revenues of any medical facility is from drugs. How many of you have woken up and said, I want to go to hospital, I want them to do surgery on me? As I'm coming, so it's surgery I want. Nobody wants. But guess what? It's called the value chain. Of the value chain, we are of all men the most miserable. We are the one making the least profit in there. Even when you go to the health insurance, which, and is the future, you can't run against it. Why? It's driven by mega trends of convenience. I don't want to say, hey, my doctor. No. It's convenience. It's a health insurance. I go in there. I don't want to think I'm paid and I can access any care. Pharmacists are still de-enfranchised. Do you know that in there, you see, the only place where you can see your drug interaction and save the profitability is as a pharmacist putting them as the head of claims. You see hospital, I've seen in my practice a 5-year-old giving diabetic drugs. Do you know why they did that? Because the hospital wants to bill. So the sharp practices and corruptions of hospitals and polypharmacy and errors, you see it when you are doing their claims. Guess what? 99.9% of all the health insurance, and they're about 120, none of them has a pharmacist on that desk. And pharmacists are not even thinking. When you want to do a policy plan, if 67% of the policy plan is about drugs, why are pharmacists not the one designing those healthcare policy plans? Because we moved our business from profitability. We bought it about 140-something million loss. We moved the profitability in 5 years. And why? We knew where the cost structure was. We knew what to do. But I didn't go there because somebody taught me insurance in school. Ask him, they didn't teach us insurance in ABU. But it's critical thinking skills. It's analytical skills. It's problem-solving skills. And I think that pharmacists are not stranded. The last one I'll talk about that convenience is your e-commerce. Okay, sorry, just move on. Run through the slides anyway. And the other one I'll talk about is basically around the e-commerce slides anyway. And the other one I'll talk about is basically around the e-commerce, which will transform. It's driven by convenience. Okay? And so I talk about artificial intelligence, big data, which is big, and of course, flexible production, additive manufacturing, and all these fields are going to shape the future. But the one that I think you should, apart from understanding how pharmacists should play in the healthcare delivery space to the last mile, insurance or whatever the name is, pharmacists must go there en masse. The other part is around the concept of your e-commerce platforms. Convenience will grow the e-commerce platforms. Gen Z and Gen Alpha, they don't want to go to any shop and be hearing story and all those things and be complaining. They're not interested, guys. If you do not get how that works, and you are not building structures and building marketplaces, what does that confer on you? Even all this story about fake drugs and drug distribution are solved. I'll end by saying I used to be in advertising, and I'm still in media and advertising. I made significant amounts of funds in there. When I first moved in there, about 2008-9, the greatest problem of artists, are you getting me? Artists was what? Alaba. And where? Ebing Pejo. All their film, everything was gone. Am I right? Once you come out, your music, too Baba didn't have money. As you are coming out, they've stolen. Why do you think Burna Boy has money? He's got 500 million downloads. Even if it is $1 per download, $500 million. Why? Shopify. And Spotify, sorry. Spotify and iTunes came. If pharmacists will solve our myriad problem, it's not to China. It's not everybody importing rapid flux and ceftriaxone. It's to say, what are the infrastructure we need to build? And it's you young pharmacists. They changed their distribution. Nobody's talking about Alaba anymore. Nobody's talking about APJ. They are throwing things on Netflix. They are doing things on Reels and downloads. That's how they fixed it. It was not about crying. That's what, if not, Davido would have gone to his village. Because previous people before them did not make wealth. But they solved it using technology. Those are the things you need to think about. Should we not think about this new skill set of problem solving, critical thinking, analytical skills, and decision-making skills? We will continue to complain and complain, but nothing's going to move. Ultimately, what will happen? When I saw the young guy from Ghana, M-Farmer, I used to know very well. When I saw the guy come to pick up things in here and pick up the chain and all that, when we are here, it's a slap on us. But it's not his fault. If he can think well and create solutions to impact and grow our ecosystem, and he's moving the FX to Ghana, and we are complaining, and he's bought our biggest chain, then who knows less than all of us that we have failed. And it's driven about convenience and technology. So the skill set we have today from school will not take us to where we're going. But you have the right to reschool yourself. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, do you now know Victor Gbenga Folabi? I promised you, I told you, the man knows his stuff. Thank you very much, sir. Was it impactful? It was? Well, it means I don't have to say much. I was going to say that was an impactful session, but that would have been personal to me. I like the fact that the feedback came from everybody because just as he has said it, times are changing. In fact, times have changed. If nobody has a full grasp on anything anymore, everybody is learning as we go. And thank you, sir, for bringing to fore that reality that it's no longer about, oh, what should my child study so that they can be safe? What should I study so that I can be good? It's now about what skills should I have so that I can survive and even thrive in the nearest future. Thank you so much. I'm sure that we know the 4 skills, Abi. You mentioned 4. What are the 4 skills? Hey, is it forever? Hey, see these people. Now. All right. Critical thinking, problem solving, analytical skills, and decision making. Please, if you are not going to take anything else from this event, I want to be able to ask someone, well, maybe not me, next year, that what did you take away from this event? And they are able to say that they were able to grow something, to build something from these very valuable points. But the conversation has not ended. Right about now, we're going into a panel session. The thing about keynotes is that it's usually one-sided. But we don't want this to be one-sided. We want it to be flow. We want it to be to flow, rather. So we are going to have our guests on a panel where they are going to further probe this thing. They're going to speak to it. And the beautiful thing about the panel is that the perspectives are now more diversified. So we have more people sharing their opinions, sharing their thoughts around this thing. And I personally look forward to an amazing, amazing session. Although, sir, you mentioned something that caught my fancy. You said something about entry level 400. That entry level 400 something. Sir, I something. No, I wanted to ask, is it per what? Per year? Or per? Because locum is still 500 per hour. Locum has increased. Anyways, that was just on a lighter note. But the reality of it is, because something I learned recently is sometimes when you want to check these things, just the internet has made it easy. Go and Google what the global standard is, and you might just be alarmed. You might just be shocked. But you can't blame the people paying you because the reality is maybe they're not making as much as well. So it is what it is. And just as he has said, we must now think of new ways to disrupt the way things are done. We must innovate and build a better system of things. So right about now, we're jumping right into the panel. But it's not, the panel is not on me. What do I know? I'll be inviting another young pharmacist, one of us, to moderate that session. But before I introduce her, I would just like to invite all our guests to come up. Then I'll introduce her and hand over. Okay. Please, I hope you remember what I said from earlier, that if you have any questions, now is the time that you want to keep it in mind. So in no particular order, I'll just be inviting them now. So first on the list is none other than our keynote speaker. He has already shared so much with us, so we'd like to have you on the panel as well. There's a round of applause for Pharmacists, Victor Gbenga Folabi. We would also be having the editor of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Nigerian Journal of Pharmacy. She's a distinguished academic from the Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Lagos, Dr. Margaret Ulomuanya. Thank you so much. Okay. We would also be having on the panel our very own, our father, the chairman of okay, chairman of the PSN Lagos, of the PSN-YPG, Lagos chapter of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and the person of pharmacist Gbagada Iola. We would also be having on the panel pharmacist Adeosun Shakirat. She's the Director of Pharmacy Services of the Lagos Primary Healthcare Board. Okay, on this panel, we also have the project catalyst for Pharm Alliance Network in person of pharmacist. I thought you would finish it for me. Pharmacist Shino Panovi. Thank you so much, sir. We also have on the panel country lead for AstraZeneca. This is a very rich panel, if I do say so myself. Country lead for AstraZeneca, pharmacist Maurice Nyako. Also on this panel, we have pharmacist Biola Paul Ozier, the chairman of the Healthcare Providers Association of Nigeria. And finally, we have on this panel the person of Dr. Nwamaka Igbokwe, also from the Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Lagos. And to moderate this panel, okay, so to moderate this panel, I would be inviting one of us, our very own young pharmacists, Temitope Ben Ajokwe, to moderate the panel. Okay, it seems like we might need one more chair.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much to our distinguished guest. We're happy to have you. Thank you for taking the time. And like Joba rightfully mentioned, this is a very diverse panel, and I'm very hopeful, looking forward to all the insights we'll be able to garner today. So, right off the bat, for the benefit of the young pharmacists that are here, you were once young pharmacist yourself. So for 2 minutes each, I'll go. You're still young, okay. You're young at heart. Anyway, so for the benefit of the young pharmacists here, I would like, starting from, like you, Ma, like everybody, just give me in 2 minutes, because Joba gave highly summarized bios of yourself. So from when you were a young pharmacist up until now, what's been the story? So that what's been your story? So that we can begin talking about how to actually advance the profession.
Thank you very much. My story has been going to the Lord for direction for every move. That's the foundation of my story. And then trying to blend my passion, my career with my profession. I found out early that career is one thing, profession is another. And I always try and asking God to be my help, not to derail from his pattern for me and not to just face my career and leaving my profession out. And it's been wonderful.
Let me see here. Come check here.
Thank you. So my story has been one of someone that finished from Obafemi Awolowo University. And when I finished, if I look back into the yearbook, I recall that I wanted to be in community pharmacy. You know, that's what you see every day, right from school. So I recall that, where do you see yourself? I put it there, I want to be in community practice. But I don't know, was it faith? Was it God working, or was it chance? The next thing was to find myself in hospital practice. So along the line, I started with, I got employed. I worked up north, then to the Health Service Commission, where I worked in various hospitals as a clinical pharmacist. And while as a clinical pharmacist, I got additional qualifications as a clinical pharmacist. And then in the last 8 years, I found myself in administrative position at just the primary health care, but as the director. And I will say my story has been one that wants to ensure, because I always ask anybody I meet, for the young pharmacists working with me, for those that I get to speak with one-on-one, what I tell them is, where do you see yourself 5 years from now? So my story is one of someone that wants to make impact in their lives and see how I can make that impact. Thank you very much.
We're very lucky to have you here from a point of view.
All right.
1 minute, please. They have shortened my time.
1 minute? Yes. Okay, good. All right. University of Lagos. Finished internship, Luth. NYSC, Owerri. I didn't have work to do, so I jumped into jungle marketing. That was where I heard about Gbagada for the first time, VGA. All the way in Owerri. I was hearing the story of one radical rep. In Ibadan, right? Good, yeah. So I got back and I said, since I now know how to do rep in the jungle way, let me go and learn it the scientific way. So I went to Pfizer. And then I chose Ibadan because I knew it was a hard rock that needed to be cracked, you know. And then I did that for about 2 years plus. Even though on paper I wasn't doing well, they promoted me. Don't ask me how. So I came to Lagos to become the first customer relations manager for Pfizer. I did that for another, I think total Pfizer was about 5 years. And then by divine instruction, I left to start what I'm doing now. And basically, what I do now is consulting, problem solving. I'm not satisfied when things are not going the way I think they should go. And the way I think they should go is not the way most people think they should go. So I create my own, you know when they say there's hell, and you go and create your own hellfire. So I create my own hellfire, and then I do my thing where I am. And so that has led to most of the projects I've run in the industry. It's largely about problem solving. And I was going to speak in Ogun State on my birthday, this year. And I was listening to Richard Branson, one of his books. And you know, he's called The Rebel Billionaire. And I said, yeah, finally I now know who I am. I'm a rebel pharmacist. Always challenging what shouldn't be and then making things better the way I think it should be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, all participants. It's not really easy to say your story in 2 years because for me to compress 36 years into 2 minutes, it's going to be tough. But I graduated 36 years ago from OAU Great Ife, and I'd been privileged to do my master's in the same institution years ago, and thereafter I did a master's in business admin. Those things, they just occurred to me that, you know, if they call it added advantage, why don't you take advantage on that part? But I think somewhere where I've been more visible in the pharmaceutical space, it's what the organizer termed policy and governance. I'd be more vibrant when it comes to participating in pharmaceutical society and association affairs. I'd been in the hospital as an intern as well as a copper. And at that time, I knew maybe that's not, hospital might not be what I really want to do. And I was privileged to work in the industry, in the factory, as well as in the sales and marketing before I started my home practice. Like, I don't know how we call it, I'm now on my own. And you know, like I tell people, when you are on your own, you might as well be saying, oh, I'm on God's hands. So say, I want to be on my own might not be the best thing anyway, but we are going to learn at least here. So, like I said, I've been in academics. When I was doing my master's, I think I did what they call graduate assistantship there. So presently, I'm running a community pharmacy practice.
No, she has the mic. I think I've said everything about myself, so.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Well, I finished from the University of First Choice and the nation's pride. That's the University of Lagos, for those of you that don't know. I also did my master's and my PhD. My PhD was actually in pharmaceutical technology. And while I was in school, don't talk. We were classmates. I was a very...
She was my class rep.
Yeah. So, I was very involved while I was an undergraduate student. And right off the bat, I always wanted to do something, interesting. And I know a lot of times people say, oh, you cannot make money from trichomes. I have actually been able to carve a niche for myself where I make money from research. When I graduated, I actually did hospital practice. And the first thing that I was told when I went to interview for my first job was that they do not need a pharmacist. For those of you that know FESTAC, Holy Family FESTAC, I was the first pharmacist there. And we grew that department that independently now runs a full-fledged HIV facility that now houses over 6 staff. Now, I ran that facility for 7 years before I joined academics, and I still run the facility pro bono. Joining academics, I came in and then did pharmaceutics and pharmaceutical technology. I did my PhD. It was wonderful. But after my PhD, I started asking myself, what exactly do I want to do with what I have? Do I want to just be a professor in Nigeria or a Nigerian professor? So this actually now I now started looking for the problems that we want to solve. And as pharmacists, that is the primary thing that will put food on your table. So the key to my moving forward was asking myself, what are the unmet needs? And when I critically asked that question, I began to, sit down, write proposals. We've been able to pull significant amounts of funding. And when I talk about significant amounts of funding, research-wise, it's significant. A lot of the students that work with me do not pay a dime to work with me. We have students that come in and are utilizing materials that run into millions of naira in my laboratory in the University of Lagos, fully funded. Now, when we look at pharmacists, we need to also look at ourselves as a sphere of the entire modicum of healthcare. In 2018, there was a call by the Royal Academy of Engineering for people that wanted to develop tech in healthcare. And there we were shortlisted. They shortlisted, engineers that, were going to develop tech in healthcare. We were at the conference in Vietnam. And there were just 4 medical personnel there. 3 medical doctors, and I was the only pharmacist there. Our team was able to develop a device that we later termed a pre-eclampsia detector. Now, the challenge was this project was funded by the UK government. Now, that tech is currently being piloted, but it's not piloted in Africa. So these are one of the things that now enabled us to start looking inwards. Now we currently run a full-fledged collaboration with my laboratory as well as 3 schools of engineering, one in the University of Lagos, one in Manchester University, and the third one in Rockefeller University. So basically, I look at myself as a pharmacist and a bioengineer.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. So my story is that of a very village boy. I think 25 years ago, I was that boy you will find in the street selling firewood, selling bread, selling bananas. And my biggest break in life really was when I got admission into the university, which is Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Yes, I'm from Ghana. Now, when I got to school, when I had opportunity to get into uni, I remember telling myself there was no way I was going to go back to where I came from. So I began to rebrand myself. So I remember that time I used to be so intimidated. I was a young man full of complex. From the village, I was the first person from my senior secondary school to ever gain admission to the university. So my own story was a really different one. So I decided I was going to make friends everywhere, network everywhere. I would go to the Faculty of Social Sciences, make friends with them. I would go to the medical college, make friends with them, the engineers, because all my friends from where I came from eventually became taxi drivers and field footballers, etc. Anyway, so the long and short of it is that I graduated. I've been practicing probably for the past 15, 16 years. I had a privilege to join AstraZeneca, then as a medical sales representative. But then I had a background in retail pharmacy as well. I think many of us have that background in retail. 5 years into being a medical sales representative, I became what we call a key account manager for Ghana at that time. Later on, I became the key account manager for West Africa, which is Ghana and Nigeria. And for many of you know the history of AstraZeneca in Nigeria. People say we've been like this, like NEPA. We go and we come and we go and we come. So when it got to the time when we really wanted to revive operations, I raised my hands. And luckily, I had a nod. And currently, I'm the country manager for Nigeria for AstraZeneca. Thank you.
So the importance of having everyone tell a bit of their story was for young pharmacists to be able to, even at the early stage of our careers, to be able to identify someone on this panel and be able to relate with that person. So YPs, please take note. I'm going to start with Shakirat. And I promise this has nothing to do with us meeting on Friday. You know, we already had a really great panel discussion for the young pharmacists talking about the quantum leap. In some way and form, it actually ties into the topic for today. And I would like for you to give a bit of background from that and marry it with the work that you have done from when you started your career up until this point. And I want you to imagine you talking to yourself several years ago in this new dispensation, in today, like as it were. What will you be telling yourself? Like the challenges that you have encountered, the way the landscape has shifted. What would that advice be regarding building competency?
Thank you very much. One, I can't recall the beautiful face, but now, when we look at it, if I look back at my life and where I am today, what could I have done differently? And in line with the theme of today and, of course, the PSN week, I would say that, one, while God has been merciful, that's a given. I must be grateful to God. But if I were to advise anyone in this room, the keynote speaker has said a lot, those skill sets. I think, again, that why I may have had it good is some soft skills that I had to build. You find out that, well, I had my B Firm, then I had my MSc, I had my fellowship as back as 2007. I'm currently in my PhD, as I told her when I said, you're my supervisor. I'm currently doing my PhD. Additional qualifications can open some doors for you. However, soft skills are things that they will not teach you in school. Soft skills are things that Yoruba will say, Omaturebi. They would open opportunities for you. He's mentioned some 4 skill sets that are critical, that are very critical in helping any pharmacist to reposition and rebrand themselves. But you must also have some other skills in addition to what he said. As a young pharmacist, you shouldn't be that person, he said, a hustler. I will say someone that has an entitlement mentality. You must be someone that is willing to learn the ropes. Most of us are in a hurry. Most of us are not ready to learn the ropes or ready to to go the route of others. People are not even ready to have mentors. I'm still proud to say that today I still have some mentors. You must identify mentors. Mentors that you want to, okay, you've decided, like I said earlier on, 5 years' time, where do I see myself? So you must be able to ask yourself, where do I see myself in another few years? Having identified that particular space that you want to go to, you will now decide who is going to be that mentor. Mentors are very, very busy people. So that's where your soft skill comes in. If I want today to have someone like Shina being my mentor, I must have an active listening skill. I must be resilient. He's also very, very busy. He may tell you, come back today, come back tomorrow. Not because he doesn't have time for you, but because he's extremely busy. You must be patient. At the same time, you must be able to understand situations. He's talked about critical thinking and everything. You must be able to understand situations, situational contexts. How do I fit into this? Is this my route? You must be able to reason and think, and then you must be very responsible and accountable. Most people I've found out over time are not ready to be accountable. You say you're starting a program for 9 a.m. They are not there until 12 o'clock. These are little things that matter. It matters a lot. Accountability. Your ability to be confident. Your ability to be able to face the crowd. Most times, most of us seated on this panel when we started talking, when we started growing in the profession, when you are asked to face the crowd, you have sweaty palms. Ask me. You have sweaty palms because you are going to face the crowd. But then, you must be willing and ready to fall, get up, fall, get up, and then stand up, and then run. You must be able, you must be bold, being confident, being resilient. Your soft skills, they are much. So it's for you as a pharmacist to identify your niche. So for me, I identified those things. I had to acquire, I had to build those competencies. Your competencies will make you successful. Your skill sets will make you very, very efficient. So I had to acquire those things, but with a lot of patience. With a lot of patience. And I was also ready to be very, very accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so I have to give a very big shout out to our keynote speaker, considering that he made a lot of this easy for us. I see how Shakira kept on saying soft skills, and you're kind enough to list the 4. So having that at the back of our minds, we may as well just progress. And I'm going to direct this question to Dr. Margaret. Like, over the past few years, I know student pharmacists and young pharmacists, you see like significant numbers joining research. I want to know, like, for the people interested in research here who have a couple of papers or who are willing to publish or don't, the awareness is out there. The awareness is out there, but what are the things that you're currently seeing that you wish maybe young pharmacists could do better? Because we're greenhorns, like nobody just started out knowing exactly what to do and how to do. You make mistakes along the way. What are the things you're currently seeing and you wish young pharmacists to take note of and correct? And I'm sorry if I'm going to be tapping my watch like this because really time.
Okay, I think everybody can hear me. Hello. Okay. The first thing I think young pharmacists is not should do, must do if they are coming into academics. You must be willing to read. You must be willing to read. You must be willing to read. For those of them that work, I always tell them, usually when students work with me, I always give them materials to read. And I'm always very surprised. I'll give you materials. I'm asking you a question. and you've not finished reading the materials. You can't come into research if you're not reading. And the challenge now is the fact that the drug development space is filled with biochemists, with doctors, and with engineers. So it means in addition to what you must know your math, you must know your biochemistry. If you are not willing to read, please don't go into academics. And the reading is a testament to how you will learn and relearn how to fail. When you're coming into academics, you must learn how to fail. And then, recover from failure. Because you don't go into an experiment thinking it's going to work out. You go into an experiment and explore. If it works out, yes. If it doesn't work out, begin to ask yourself, why has it not worked out? And you can only answer the question of why has it not worked out if you are reading. You can't be doing something in Nigeria and the same experiment is going on in Japan. And the paper was published yesterday at 6 a.m. And you're coming to meet me at 9 a.m. I expect that you know the paper that was published at 6 a.m. the previous day. Some of you, but because that's the only way you will be able to write something for somebody to be interested in paying you to do research. So we cannot be lazy. I see young pharmacists that want to work with me, and then I give them materials to read, and they don't read it. And with every sense of apology to all other people practicing in all other academic pharmacy is the only area of pharmacy that somebody will call you up from any corner of the world over Skype and pay you $10,000 for your opinion because they know what you have. They will fly you business class anywhere in the world to come and look at you solving a problem. That's one of the wonderful things that happened with COVID. It enabled the world to get smaller. So when you see people moving you because of what you know, it can only come when you have knowledge and you are reading. And then you mix that knowledge with practical exposure. And that's the only challenge that we have, that practical exposure using the latest machineries. But even if you can't, for example, the first time I saw an LC-MS HRAMS was in Philadelphia in 2013. The booklet for that equipment was 214 pages. I finished reading the booklet for that equipment before I even saw the equipment. By the time we finished working in 2 months, we had so much data. And this is, by the time we finished working, the university there requested that how many of you want to come to the US? How many of we will do paper for all of you? That is the power of reading. So the take home is, if you're coming into academics, you can't be emotionally or psychologically lazy. You must read. You must learn to fail. You don't go and, get into the lab and think, because I see students that get into the lab, it doesn't work out, and then they are worried. Why are you worried? We must learn to solve problems, because if we do not, as pharmacists, solve problems in healthcare, there are so many players that are already gaining incursion into that space. Currently in the UK, 80% of deans of faculties of pharmacy in the UK are engineers. Please Google your faculties of pharmacies in the UK. The deans, 80% are engineers. So it begs to ask, what are the pharmacists doing? Thank you.
So, I know you don't have a question directed to me yet, but that was a very passionate submission, and I just wanted to add to the reading beat. So Elon Musk was asked how he learned how to build rockets. And he said he read, just by reading. And I have been associated with quite a number of young pharmacists. Now, don't get me wrong, I've met people who read sharp guys. Some of the people who I've been working with since I came into Nigeria have been some of the sharpest minds I've ever met, and they are Nigerians, okay? But I find increasingly so many young pharmacists who rather spend so much time on Snapchat, on following gossips on Twitter, and I'm talking about hours, and Netflix as well. And I'm wondering, when do we get time to really exercise our brains? Because your brains are said to be like the muscles. If you stop using them, they stop working. And I tell young people that our brains operate what I call, it's a policy. If you use it, it grows, it's stimulated. If you do not use it, you lose your cognitive functions and you get dumber and dumber. So I just needed to stress that point as well. Reading is very important. There's almost nothing you want to know now that is not in a book. Just read. It is there. If you don't know, just read and you will know. Thank you.
Thank you for... You want to add something to that?
Yeah, just 1 minute to just create perspective. So I see that the mood is a bit sober. They've been to pharmacy school. They're tired of reading. Am I right? They just want to make money. Am I right? They're tired of, you know. So in fairness, okay, I'll start again. So I understand where she's coming from. That's a passion. But when I left pharmacy school, I didn't want to read again. That wahala is too much. Anything that look like book and chemical entity, I'm not interested. And I can see the guys, they're scratching his head. That guy in blue, what are you talking about? I want to, it's low. You know? So just to create, you know, the balance, guys. First thing I say again is know thyself. Okay? Know thyself. For every path, there's a way of success. The challenge with most of us is do not put chasing early success ahead of discovering yourself first. So if you're a very studious person and you're likely to succeed in there, by all means, please go ahead, okay? But make sure that self-development, I think, is the biggest part all of us are saying, because I was trying to read the expression in the room, and remember I did psychology as my second degree, so I was already seeing body languages that these people have come again. Like, so, yes, we want you to make money. However, caveat, guys, let me beg you, money always comes. I was thinking that after you work for like a few years, you now rest. I've now seen that working is very long, 40, 50 years. So don't be in a hurry. And it's like you went to quickly leave pharmacy school and thought that life is easy. I'm sure many of you wish you were in school and collecting money. Adulthood is real scam. So I'm encouraging, don't chase that money thing first. Chase skill, chase self-development, stay humble. For years, nobody had a clue who I was. And I'm saying it, for years. And it doesn't matter, because the question is, why are you so worried what people think about you? Doesn't matter. Settle down, develop, evolve. We need some of you as data scientists. We need you because we need so much data in pharmacy. If you're a commercially oriented person, we need many of you in strategy. We're struggling. Today alone, two of my strategy guys, and guess what? Sorry, let me break your heart, and I'm being very sincere. An average strategist that works with us, average, who left school 2.5 years ago in Covenant, earns 750,000. Do you know the problem? We can't even keep them. I lost 2 today. 750. I can't find them. Do you know why? Somebody wants to launch something, Pepsodent and all that. Who is thinking of the consumer portrait? He's thinking 750. I can't find them. I have a tech company. I can't find product engineers. A product engineer is 500,000. But we need pharmacists. We're developing 4 medical technology platforms. If you are not a pharmacist, you can't understand the consumer journey. I can't find pharmacists. We'll put application out there. We're looking for pharmacists for product manager. Pharmacists come and run underwriting. You won't apply. Only shop. So problem is develop yourself. There's opportunity. You are earning what you are earning because of the passive value of the problem you are solving. If it's cutting apricots, don't worry. It's 200,000. I'm wearing what coats. But if you want to solve things in those areas, so don't be scared that, oh, read. It's about self-development. Stay on LinkedIn, but don't follow gossip. People are posting tweets on Twitter every day. And all your Instagram, my Instagram, I'm following the entrepreneur, I'm following all manners of people. Read things that build you. If you don't want to go in that direction, the journey will be far. Sorry.
Okay. That's fine, because I was going to ask you a question, but you have already pitched into Dr. Margaret and They don't.
Forgive
So.
me. I was just, I was looking at the man in blue. As I say, it was still like this.
Don't be annoyed anyway when other people pitch into your question. So I'll just allow you to take this one so that I can proceed with the rest of the panel. It's a very diverse panel, but let's quickly round off on this. I know you want to talk about reading.
All right, thank you very much. It's been quite interesting. You see, thank you so much, all of you that have talked, especially my brother. I'm trying to remember your name, Benga, right? Benga, good. Thank you very much. You've been so vibrant. I want to announce to all of you that the stress you went through in pharmacy school is not a permanent stress. I also want to tell you that pharmacists are the best trained professionals. You remember in pharmacy school, you went through almost all medical courses, all pharmacy courses. You went into business courses, you did law, you did ethics, and all sorts. So at the end of this training, you come out so grounded that when you go to any facet of the world or profession, when you see pharmacists practicing, you will know that they have a unique training. They're in the bank, they're in the communication, they're everywhere. But having said that, I also want to let you know that in Nigeria as of today, the minimum qualification to get appointed into any government thing is WAEC. And so, very soon, I want to tell you, it's not a prophecy, that's a reality. Very soon, first degree will be the minimum qualification. And anytime anybody settles for the minimum qualification, you are regarded as an illiterate. I want to ask you how you take those who have WAEC now when you see them, to the extent of debating our leaders, whether they have degree results and WAEC and stuff. Now, it is good, it is excellent that wherever you find yourself and you have an opportunity to add to your degree, you do that. You might not know what you will use that degree in future to do. Yes, we're not saying that when you go for higher degrees, you must come back into academics. No. But the truth is that it is very good to be an academic giant and a professional giant. The truth is this: there are gatherings or times when your colleagues gather, the extra degrees you have will give you a unique singling out or make you outstanding. Another thing, a lot of people go to do their masters just to say that they have master's degree. At the end, what do you do with it? I tell you the truth, that is my feeling. Anytime anybody does master's program and does not do a PhD with it, you're a dropout. Because what's the essence of doing masters without running a PhD with it? That is the truth. Now listen to me. Listen to me. Whenever you do a master's program, please, no matter how busy you are, create out time to ensure that you get a good master's result. People fail master's program, but they don't know. Or some people know. Now, in Nigeria and almost everywhere, when you are doing your master's and you have a CGP, that is cumulative grade point average, of anything less than 3.5, it is master's terminal. Meaning you cannot do anything academic with it. Anything, if you have 3.4999, it is master's terminal. You can't do an MPhil with it. You can't do a PhD with it. If you have anything less than 4 points, that is, if you have like 3.999, you can only do an MPhil with it before you go into PhD. And most times, MPhil program can take you 3-4 years above. You spend the number of times years you would have spent for your PhD. It's only when you get 4 points and above, you'll be able to go straight to your PhD. So it is good to get a good master's result. And then, a lot of times, you young ones, I find out that most of you are focusing your energy on your career and forgetting your profession. Because of the stress you went through in pharmacy school, you think it's a permanent thing like that. You don't want to go through stress again. And so you don't care about your profession, you're pursuing your career. Please, earnestly, look at your profession, look at your career, see whether there's going to be a blend of the two. It can be a boosting. And then, like Dr. Ilomanya said, in academia or in academics, There is money. A lot of people think that when they go into academics, they are there to suffer. No. I want to announce to you that academic is one of the shortest cuts of getting exposed to the world. Some people, even pharmacists, are going through the back door to see how they move out. Please, through academia, you don't need to go through the back door. It's a natural process. You can start by attending international conferences. You can start by meeting your people out there. And then the summary of all I am saying is that, please, as a young pharmacist, a lot of times we pharmacists flirt a lot. What do I call flirting? We have a business here. We are leaving the one we have, pursuing another one. The one we have at hand is suffering. Let us come back together. Come home together. Think of that thing you can do very well. Above all, ask God to give you a direction. If you're a first-class student here, no matter how you beat about the bush, the classroom is waiting for you. Yes, you can beat about the bush for 10 years, and at the end, you still go back to start doing your master's and thinking of your PhD. I have an issue at hand now. Somebody wants me to sign a reference paper for him, and he does not want to come in to do his master's in the University of Lagos. Why? Because he said it is his colleagues that will be his supervisors. And so for years, he's been looking for opportunity out there, and he has not found it. Please, it's not late. Whenever you realize yourself, come and do your master's and your PhD and move on. Thank you so much.
Dr. Ibokwe. So our keynote address speaker needs to leave, and it's so sad because I really wanted to ask you to. Yeah, Gigi needs to leave. No. Just.
Maybe in 10 minutes, yes. In 10 minutes.
Okay. So let me ask you this question, and I like how the panel has just evolved into what I wanted. Everybody is pitching in and giving their own perspective. So this question is now primarily targeted at Farm Shino, Farm Victor, and Farm Morris. You guys have had extensive experience on the field. You've had some sales experience to boot. So, and there's a bit of forecasting. I'm sure you've done forecasting, and there's all of that. When you were talking, you were saying nobody really knows for sure what we're shifting into in the future. But we can plan towards it, right? And you're talking about the difference between entrepreneurship and the hustling spirit. But where does that now leave, as young pharmacists, where does that now leave the space for knowing what you want, like trying out things, filling out new things? Because when we go through your different bios, and while you're telling us your stories, you did this, you moved on to that, you tried another thing before you finally arrived where you are. So like while we're here today and we're trying to focus, please, one house, YPs, we're trying to forecast for the future. We want to know what skills we're supposed to be harnessing, what skills we're supposed to be honing, right? Famshina, I want you to go first. I actually want you to go first. And I want you, so let me just make it easy. I want you to go first, like your consultancy. And then I want you to talk more on the entrepreneurial versus the hustle spirit. And you can talk from your unique experience. So
I was waiting for him to talk so I can borrow from what he says to tell you something. That's what the consultant does. He asks for your problem, asks what's the solution, and now repack it and then use that as a solution. Yeah, so, all right, so in the, just give me what do you want to hear?
So this,
from me?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So what are the skills? If you were to forecast now, looking at our space, the pharma sector, what are we really supposed to be looking? We have critical skills, we have problem solving, we have decision making, all of that good stuff. But the areas, where should we now be trying to apply these soft skills in?
Okay, so essentially the soft skills are life skills. Anywhere you find yourself, they're applicable. In ministry, in work, in personal relationship, they're life skills. So you must get them and hone them. You will naturally tilt towards some areas. And I'll tell anybody...
Please, one house, YPs. One house. Thank you.
I'll tell anybody, go in the direction of your natural wiring. Am I making sense? Now, there's an example I always want to use. I use popular preachers, right? Because we can all resonate with that. If you put Pastor Adeboye on the lectern, like the keynote speaker spoke, he will not leave that place until he finishes his 45-minute sermon. If you put Bishop Uedepo, he will from there, go go there, and then come back. If you put somebody near me, he will speak, maybe one line like this. But are they all effective speakers? But they have their own unique ways of delivering. So the best you can be is yourself, right? And don't be afraid to express yourself the way you want to express yourself. Now, we know we are in a time of very, very dizzying change. When I sit, when I sit like this, of course from Mrs. Poluzi like this, they look at me as, okay, somebody who understands what is going on right now. I don't understand anymore. And I'm humble enough to tell myself the truth. I was on my phone yesterday, and I'm afraid these days when I'm on my phone and my children are looking, because they know the thing more than me. And I was watching a clip of the flood in America, and there was a time lapse. How many of us know what the time lapse is? Oh, it's not only me. Okay, good. So the time lapse was that there was a camera showing how a house was taken over by flood. It might have been a 24-hour period, but it was shown in like 30 seconds. So I was saying, wow. My son, I was saying, time lapse. You don't know what that is? I said, no. I said, my 11-year-old son. That time lapse is when they compress time. And then, everything is now made. I don't know. It is difficult for you today to say, if you want to be a data scientist, 10 years ago it did not exist. He said it rightly. The professions of the future don't exist. Today, there are medicine ATMs. We don't need you. In South Africa, when I went to South Africa, I went to see the ATM. The pharmacist is somewhere remotely. And we're already building business models. In case you don't know, we are building it already whereby we don't say we don't need pharmacists, but we don't need too many. So you need to be able to recraft yourself, to be able to add value to the world we are going to. Most of the things that happen today don't exist. So can we foretell the future? I'm sorry, no. But just consistently take position. When you hear about AI, don't say, I know it's for the tech person. Maggie has kept saying it. Engineers, whatever. She's not learning engineering. That is it. One of the advantages I have as a person, as old school as I am, is that people who are of the older school believe I'm one person that understands technology and pharmacy. So when you want to, but even me, I know I don't understand this thing anymore. And I need to keep working with the younger people. Guys, my lead developer has told me, look, we need to get younger people. The things he does in 2 days, this guy can do in 30 minutes. I asked my colleagues in the office, and my people who work with me, okay, I need you to do this. And I expect them to do it come back in the evening. And they come in 10 minutes. Okay, we have done. I say, how? They say there's an app that will do everything. Do you understand? So yes, when it comes to reading, and I can condense what everybody has said, please read. Last night, I got one very disturbing message on our Farm Alliance platform. It was a quote from Strive, Masiyiwa. I didn't know it was from him, but when Vanguard Pharmacy posted it, I knew it was Strive. And Strive said he's not reading so much, but he's reading 4 books in a week. I thought I was doing well. I've read like 20 this year. Yes, But then when somebody says I do 4 a week, I said, my God, I never start. So reading, I'm not saying you go and read pharmacology and this, but always keep your brain fresh. In every industry, this is old gist now, before things started moving fast. In every industry, the knowledge base doubles every 5 years. That was long ago. Today, I'm sure maybe it's every 1 year. So if you are practicing pharmacy with what you learned in pharmacy school, you're already obsolete. Even if you graduated yesterday. Am I making sense? So you need to be on top of your game, whether you are in retail, wholesale, distribution, wherever you are. It's difficult to narrow it down. If you want to be I want to say the whole industry, not repping, right? In the whole industry, wherever you find yourself. And please, begin to look for new terrains. When we developed Farmer Gateway was developed because we understood the problem of pharmacy. Other developers came, but they did not understand what the pharmacist goes through. I'm the one that knows that when you want to pay for pharmacist, is national. Before you get to national, you pay zona. From zona, you now do states. From state, if you don't, so if you build something outside understanding, you're going to struggle. And so ask yourself, what is this thing that I know that I can put as a technology solution. Technology is the future. Yesterday I was thinking something. Should I share with you? In the near future, you would get a pharmacy degree without going to pharmacy school. 2010 or so, Leo Staneke spoke at the panel. And he said, pre-COVID, he said that he was arguing with a reverend father that church will go online. And they said, no, church cannot go online. That if church goes online, how will we serve mass? How will we serve communion? Leo Stan said, when we get to that bridge, we will cross it. Did we get there or we didn't get there? You buy your bread by yourself. Put it in wine, raise it on, dip it in. Communion. Am I making sense? So your question is what will happen to the labs? Abi? Then Maggie will go online and she will teach. HOD Farm Micro will go online and she will teach. Me, I will build labs. Are you with me? A lab complex. So just come in 10 to 12, go and do your own lab in that place. 11 to 2, go and do your lab in that place. And the problem is solved. Am I making sense? So all those things that used to become constrictors are giving way. The more you begin to think exponential, begin to think of where the future is and go and wait for them in the future, the better for all of us. Thank you.
Very well said. Victor. So you remember your question, right?
Yeah. So no. It's, okay, tell me. But I mean, I was catching up with. Tell me.
Okay, so hustle
entrepreneurship and
yes. And where does that now leave trying to explore?
That is okay. That one is a textbook because that hustling. Even Oyibo is trying to study Nigerians and hustling, and it's peculiar to us. And I'm not kidding. That's part of my PhD thesis where we're talking about cultural orientation and its impact on strategy orientation.
You're reading.
I'm a PhD student.
Oh, you said already, yeah.
So, and I can tell you why. So I've been leading startups for a while, and that's how I stumbled on this, just to create context, okay? So I grow startups because I thought, what I feel is, if you've hit something, the only way it can last is make sure that you also show other people the path. So I help ventures grow and all that, but of course, tech-focused ventures. But we found out that our tech ventures are not doing as well as so many in other clients. And we started checking, not only myself, but quite a number of people that run hubs and accelerators and all that. And one of the things we discovered was the hustling mentality of the average Nigerian. So what is different between a hustling mentality and an entrepreneurial mentality is the time perspective. Time perspective is the decider. A hustler wants it now and is ready to exploit any way to get it now. An entrepreneurial person is ready to settle down and build the bricks. So their companies last better than ours. If you finish school and after 2 years you open pharmacy shop, double check it. I'm not sure you have gathered enough experience. But if you really, really check, and I've seen so many people come to meet me, oh, I want to open, most times, is this feeling of, I want to be my boss, and the beauty of that, you're earning 30,000. Should I make you smile? In life, when we checked it over a period, as your income goes in arithmetic progression, your expenses go in geometric progression. And so that little thing, that shop that was good when you're a bachelor, will no longer be good when you are getting ready to have kids in university. So hustling mentality is such that I'm looking for opportunities and I'm trying to exploit it, albeit even when not ethical. But an entrepreneur is about more value creation. Entrepreneurs don't think about what can I get out of it. How many of you have heard the word kilobody? What did we bring? What's the need for me? Those things are in our natural balance, but it's peculiar to us. If you moved outside, I was in Accra, I just go back from Accra, but for 1 week, you won't find an average person, all my Charlie friends, and say, what's the need for me? Quick, no. Although they start selling in traffic like us, but they won't say, what's the need for me? So many of those things have allowed our people not to see value creation, which is long-lasting, but more is about exploitation. What can I get now? You have an opportunity to work with Shino, rather than saying, oh, how do I grow? How do I learn from me? What does he even know? How much is he even paying me? There's no amount that can pay you that is enough for the future. But it's about, do you see value? So that is it. I mean, it's a whole lot thing, but that distinguishing thing is about time perspective around value creation. I'm not saying don't wear suits. If you had seen me when I was asking my wife out in psychiatric hospital, I had one yellow shirt and one red tie. I wasn't popular, internship money, I wasn't having car, I was going down full. I would live in a Eko hospital. There was a day we didn't have transport money. 2 pharmacists, also an ABU. I lapped her. It's the reality. I laughed her. Today she buys any brand new car she wants. 20 years down the line. Question. Is it? No, it's not. No, it's conversation, okay? No, it's the truth. It's conversation. It's better that we're lapping each other from Onigbongo bus stop to Ujuelegba then, and we're creating value and doing courses and learning and thinking long term than we're worried about, we want to quickly buy Tokumoto. You want to quickly. So it's that struggling, hustling type. So when you say, how do you try out? Do you try out of thinking long term? Or do you try out of Kilobadi, what's in it? What's in it for me? No. Give me now. You know, if that is the mentality of, I want to get good, I want to create value, your decision making, I can tell you, most of the times when I moved because I felt, can I create a bigger value? Can I create more impact? And as I was discovering myself, I'm restless, I'm a bit more extroverted, I'm not a very calm person, so I'm not, pharmacy community bores me. So I kept moving. But in moving, I was moving in the direction in which I was thinking value creation. I wasn't thinking of, give me quick money. Because if I was thinking of money, sir, I will still be in community pharmacy. I'm not saying it's bad. But I will be in there. I will not explore where my opportunities are because I'll be thinking of short money then. When my wife was running the community pharmacies and I was a rep, she was making far, far more than myself. Because, community, you touch the money. If you open Christmas, they will come. But the problem is what we have now be able to create 10, 12 years down the line, 200 communities will not create the same in terms of value creation, in terms of revenue. Do you get it? So that's what shapes your mind. Don't be in a hurry. That thing that is not enough is coming. But the essence is build yourself, calm down, and don't hustle. My hustle, don't hustle. Calm down and then build brick by brick. When the thing will explode, you'll be shocked. Okay? Permission to fall out.
Please.
I have a meeting for you. Thank you.
Thank you once again to our keynote speaker. Okay, so the conversation continues from here, and you're next in line, sir.
Okay.
Kind of remind me of the question again.
Of course, of course. So I was just saying, okay, so we have established the fact that already, for the future, we don't know what the future professions are going to be like. So I just want to know, in your own perspective, what are we now building for? Yes, Farm Shino, Farm Victor, they have told us, eliminate the hustle culture, apply yourself, read, but now maybe you could walk us through your own unique experiences so that maybe we can see practical real-life experience to demonstrate the fact.
So thank you. And if I get your question very well, there's always going to be a certain degree of uncertainty in the future.
Yes.
And how do we bridge that from where we are now? So again, it speaks to what almost everybody has shared. Some people call it soft skills. I think Ankushina called it life skills, right? Some other people call it transferable skills. So there's a reason why, even if you look at the career trajectory of a lot of CEOs, a CEO is in pharma today could be moved to petroleum, oil and gas tomorrow. Another time it comes back to telecom. And it's to say that there are certain principles, there are certain things that you apply yourself to, you learn. The communication skills, the problem-solving skills, the critical thinking skills. And I'm sure when we go into the panel session, we may be able to break this down for young pharmacists to see how do they develop, because I feel we're throwing these terms around a lot, but we will need to really break them down. I think that is really what we should be applying ourselves to, because then regardless what the future tends into or which direction it moves into, we are better placed to be able to move along very well. That's what I also tell young pharmacists a lot of the time, that when you come out of school, don't make it a point to be so bent on chasing money, right? And I tell people the first 10 to 15 years post-school, be very flexible, be willing to learn. You should have a service mentality, right? That is where you really learn all the soft skills and many other things you would need. Regardless of how much money you make the first 15 years after school, you would always make more the next 10 years after the first 15 years. So that first 15 years, it's really to study, to learn, and to apply yourself to really developing yourself along the soft skills we've been discussing. Another point which I think is critical for young people to understand is the need for mentorship, and I think one of the earlier submissions captured that as well. If there's anything I wished I had 10 years ago, that was to understand the value in getting a mentor to guide me. I engage a lot of young pharmacists, and sometimes the wealth of ideas they have could be simply flabbergasting. They have it all. But then I think it comes to a point where guidance that they need. And if there's anybody here who doesn't have a mentor, I think that is really where the big gap is. I have about 4 mentors. Unfortunately, I only recognized the need for mentors 5 years ago. And I look at my journey, 14, 15 years into the industry. I'm looking at what I'm doing now, and I'm asking, could I not have done this thing 7 years ago? 8 years? I could have. And yes, for many of you here, all you need is a mentor to accelerate your growth. In 3-4 years, who says you cannot be the marketing manager of Pfizer, of Sanofi, or the country manager for AstraZeneca? Sorry. It's really just about the guidance, and then we should have a service mentality, right? We will come back to that later. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, can I just say 1 or 2 words here? You know, the panelists, they have spoken a lot. And one basic thing they have brought out is that youth is the time to study. And I want all of us to have that. The pharmacy school prepares you for a future. I don't know where we get this mentality that we have read a professional course. The moment we get out, money begins to roll in. No, it's not like that. Her environment is so, it's so chaotic, let me say it that way. We have people, you are blessed that you read pharmacy, a professional course, such that whatsoever happens, you can always get a place, whether a government job in an hospital, get into academia. So we have those diversities of opportunity. First time pharmacy, second time pharmacy. First time IFE, second time IFE. And I now promise myself, if I don't get it that second time at IFE, I will go to Uniben for pharmacy. I didn't know much about pharmacy except that I know there is a business aspect. But do you know that my final choice or my third choice for pharmacy was made by my father? How did that happen? I came from a background, a business background, and I've always had my mind, if you ask me what I wanted to do, I want to become a business tycoon. That was what was in my head. And thereafter, I will become a politician somewhere along the line. But do you know what happened? When I went to do MBA, and I saw opportunities, I went back to my father and I said, please, I want to sell building materials. Let's create a shop here in Lagos. You've done it before. Let me be manning it. You just drop some of those stock here, and while the rest goes to Ijebu, where he's based. And, and I will just be running a business. My father looked at me and said, you that read pharmacy. No, it is that pharmacy you read, you must go and practice. And that's why sometimes I look at it as it is my father that puts me back into pharmacy. But there are benefits in pharmacy. That's one thing we should know. There are benefits in pharmacy. And so if you stay, you will get it. But not all of us will stay. Because as we are talking today, there are some of us that are bank managers, that are chairmen in banks. And so there are opportunities. That is a pharmacist there that has been a marketing manager, a sales manager, manning a studio. And that's what he's doing. So please, there are opportunities. Let's just open our mind and embrace these opportunities.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Can I just add something to this? Okay, then, thank you. So, I've heard a lot from the other panelists, and I see everyone talking IT, the way forward, and the way of the future. We need to understand something clearly. Everybody cannot be in IT. Everybody cannot be the tech developer. It's not everybody, no matter how long that person spends on the phone, on the laptop, that can be tech savvy. The most important thing is to have a growth mindset, to be able to identify opportunities, to be able to identify gaps. The gaps, having identified them, how can I fill them as a professional? Now, that professional being a pharmacist. Now, for those of us that are in the public service, we may not necessarily be able to bring on board these solutions, but we can buy the solutions from them. So for those people that decide that they want to be in public service, and that's by extension is you find yourself in the hospital, tertiary, secondary, or primary, you must decide, is this what I want to do? Because that particular space is a space of service. Is a space of service, is a space where you must have compassion, is a space where you are not going to think money. You cannot think money. If you think money is going to come first, or money is going to come, then you might not be in the right space. Because I think that will be one of the reasons why I'm here. And that's to tell you the truth. You, in the public service, and by extension, those 3 levels of care that I've talked to you about, we need pharmacists that would have brilliant minds and will start to look at those areas where they can feed or fit in. It could be externally. The FP space, for example, vaccination space. While those of us in service may not necessarily be the ones giving administration of those vaccines, we will be, like one of my officers now, is the state cold chain officer. So all vaccines in the states is under her control, and she's accountable for them. But what can someone do by developing some of these tech solutions that can help track? Yes, we have solutions for them, but have you studied all these things to help provide solutions for your colleagues in that space so that the pressure is not much for them, for the customers that they are serving? Those are areas. The National Health Insurance Act, how many people have studied it in this room? How many of us have studied it? And that NHIA Act it speaks to health financing and is a huge market. It's a huge market that affects us, affects those in community practice, and we'll be glad if our colleagues they have a huge chunk of it and are also administrators, are the HMOs, so that at the end of the day, we will be able to get benefits for our people. A pharmacist has no business being poor. A pharmacist has no business not getting a job. It's unheard of. But until we are able to identify the gaps, those areas in health system strengthening, where pharmacists can also find their niche, that is when we are providing solutions. It does not necessarily have to be tech-oriented. So as pharmacists, as everybody in this room, let's look at the value chain of medicine security. Where can we do something? Is it going to be in terms of logistics? Is it the supply side or the demand side? Is it going to be in terms of logistics? That you're going to pool resources. Some of you have parents that could help you out. Do we have the trust amongst ourselves? And then we can do something around this area. It's very, very important that we start to look inwards. What are those gaps in those areas that we know, the space that we are comfortable in, that we were trained in, value chain for the pharma sector? Have we identified those gaps? Who and who can we collaborate with under mentorship for a period of time? Then we can begin to think of advancement of the profession in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amazing words to close by. And thank you once again to our distinguished panelists. We've had a lot of insights. Thank you for sharing your time.
Before you do that, you don't need to dismiss the panelists. For your information, honestly, except for pharmacists, Morris, that I'm meeting for the first time, these are the heroes of pharmacy. A round of applause for them. If you want to be very successful, you have gotten mentors here. I don't know whether I'm one of them. But the truth of the matter
is... my own mentor.
But the truth of the matter is that we are having two of the disruptors in our midst here today. You know, their career, it's like this, it's like this. Victor and Sheena. But you know, the amazing thing is that for me, I don't even understand myself personally. If I'm asked to tell you about how did I get everything started, the story is very funny. I won't be able to say it straight the way they have, made you know it today. But the truth of the matter is that I see myself as being very successful as a pharmacist, wherever you want to place me, because the two of them, Victor, Sheena, I am like a leech on them. I have tapped so much from the resources God has given to them to succeed in positions I found myself. Please give them a round of applause. And like I said, except for pharmacist Morris, who are we? I am attaching to today too. So it has been for all of them, from Dr. Elomaya. So what you need, and I see, the only thing that, I don't know whether I have all those soft skills or whatever skills that has been enunciated to us, but I know I have character. Character. That is the only thing I want to add to all what everybody has said today. From humility to being a very good steward and everything, and making sure that you have spirit of excellence. You know, what impressed me when I stepped into this place today is it was brimming with excellence. Have excellent spirit. And no matter what, we may be facing our challenges. Look at what YPG Lagos has delivered here today. I'm sure, Sheena, you are proud of them.
Since last year, sir.
So that is just it. On that note, I want to congratulate YPG, the executive, and all the members. Honestly, you are our beloved sons and daughters. And we know you will go places beyond where we have gone. But be assured of one thing. You are doing well. I want to tell you that. You are doing well. Individually, believe that you are doing well. On that note, whatever assignments, Madam Chairman, you have for me, I am giving you pharmacist Adioshun. 2 o'clock, my bosses are waiting there, and I'm going for advocacy for pharmacists. It's a social thing, but I have to be there. It's at Alausa. Thank you very much.
Very much, sir. All right. So, excellent closing parting words to be leaving the stage with now. So, just to recap, the soft skills that were spoken about earlier, also have a growth mindset, also be willing to serve and willing to learn, because you need to learn, apply yourself to reading. And also know, like Adeoshun rightfully said, tech is an enabler. All of us cannot be in ICT. Like all of us cannot be in IT. We'll be working in our different respective areas. And while tech enables it, we're still responsible for ensuring excellence and advancing our profession. Once again, I really want to thank our
Let me just make one or two comments. Hello, please. You know you didn't give me any question, but when I received your invitation talking about advancement of the profession, empowering young pharmacists with competency and solid skill set for the next phase, that was the topic, and I began to think of it. Please, I know that some of you are in the community pharmacy space, and that's where I operate. Today, for you to practice in the community pharmacy skills, it's not selling and buying. In fact, some of us, we ran away from medicine because we don't want to get involved in those clinical things. But today, those clinical things have come into the community pharmacy space, and they have come to stay. Because presently, the PSN/ACPN, they are working tirelessly to make sure that community pharmacy is listed as a primary health care center. And when that happens, you are going to be not just giving out drugs, you will be more or less like consulting, doing some things in that space. And those things I want to quickly reiterate on some of them. They are points of opportunities that when you have the opportunity, you should avail yourself of them. I see a number of implementing partners coming to Nigeria. They want to talk of things. They want to sponsor. We will say, bring 50 pharmacists, and only 20 of us will be there by 10 o'clock. It's a program that should start at 8 o'clock, and by 10, only 20 of us. And I know some of you have bosses that you can say, hey, my boss will not allow me. But please, if you keep pressing and showing interest, they will allow you to go eventually. So what are those areas? I mentioned their capacity building. It's so important. Many of them are free, but we don't see young people there. You need them. You can still say it's fresh, but the practical, you have been taught in the university, they are theory. The practical aspects, you learn it on the field. So capacity building is key, whichever area. Specialization is key. Today we have the CPAN, Clinical Pharmacists Association of Nigeria. Which one of them have you decided to stay put with? Respiratory pharmacists, cardiologist pharmacists, endocrinologist pharmacists, all those things. You have the capacity to take in more now. Look for an area, plug yourself into it, learn about it, because even for you to excel in the community pharmacy setting, you need to have some competencies that they will say, oh, you are looking for this, go to that person. Then supply chain management. You know, it took the government of Jonathan to release a memo from Aso Rock that only pharmacists should be allowed to do the, what do we call it? Ordering, procurement, as procurement officers for pharmaceuticals. Because at a point, it was being taken over by other people. Please, I want to challenge some of us here. Get into supply chain management. There's one of us, pharmacist, I can't remember. Troops, Emeje, pharmacist Emeje, she's into supply chain management. Go and enroll for the course, learn about it, and then position yourself. She just told us, the head of supply chain management, vaccination is a pharmacist. When you get to that areas, you find out that non-pharmacists are the people that are more or less taking over those areas. So immunization is one area that we should.
I'm very, very sorry to cut you short, but there will be a breakout session. And people that are interested in what you're outlining now, I'm sure they will come to you for more information. I'm very, very, very sorry.
Okay, thank you.
We're overshot our time. Yeah. Thank you once again, lovely panelists, and hopefully to see you at the breakout session. A round of applause for our panelists, please.
Sorry, don't go yet. Quick one. Where's the photographer? We're just going to be taking photographs now that we have everybody on stage. I'd like to invite the state coordinator of PSN-YPG Lagos. Or you don't want to show in this photo? We have a creme de la creme. Where's the photographer? I'll do my own before she comes. Please, a round of applause for them if you enjoyed that panel session at all. All right, thank you very much. Just a round of applause as they go back to their seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, Saz and Maz. And of course, thank you, Temitope, for that amazing, amazing conversation. Just as she said, it's going to continue in the breakout sessions because we know that we cannot exhaust it fully. So we have something closer to you guys later on in the events shortly. As a matter of fact, we'll be having smaller breakout sessions where you get to interact with these interesting people, these professionals, these experts from several facets of the pharmacy. Please, PSN-YPG Lagos, if your hands are not too busy. I mean, the woman has been up and about all day ensuring that everything goes to plan. Please put your hands together for Pharmacist Ogundele, State Coordinator, PSN-YPG Lagos, as she comes to tell us.
Good afternoon once again, everyone. I'm super excited about this happening today. Please, can I get the protocol guys to move it closer? So, I was asked by our moderator, why Eko Ignites, or should I say why Ignite? Okay, so this is the fourth PSN Lagos YPG, PSN YPG Lagos week holding, and I think I've been very privileged to be a part of the administrations, all four. Amazing. And it occurred to me that serious progress has come to PSN YPG Lagos. I mean, I can look at the administration from Fumbi Okoya to Yemika Oguns to Obayomi Emmanuel, before they gave birth to me anyways. I can see steady increase. Then it made me understand, or it made me think and ponder again that it is not just a random week where we just gather YPs anymore. It has grown into a meeting where we can call ourselves to order, we can encourage ourselves, we can look at people who are still where they are and they are laid back and push them and say, come on, you can do better, do more for yourself. And in line with the vision we have for this administration, we are looking out to make sure that people are solid individuals by themselves. It means with or without the association, not just hiding under the umbrella. Who are you? So going on forward, we are going to be having every year have this permanent tag, Eko Ignites, because what we are doing is we are making sure that we are setting you on the pace you are running. You're not just running. I mean, from the resources we've had today, you're not just running like some person without a compass, but every year we are giving you compass to run with. So when you know you're running with ideas, you're running with a vision, you're not just running, or you're not just going without guidance and direction. And so today, I give you Eko Ignites. But yes, I'm just a baby. I won't be doing this by myself. The chairman was supposed to do this, but he had to be somewhere else. And he has given us the power to, our mommy here, thank you so much for coming here today. I'm super, super excited to see you. So Pharmacist Shakira Adioshun will be helping us to unveil the Eko Ignite proper. So it means every year now, we don't have just PSN-YPG Lagos Week, we are having Eko Ignite. Thank you so much, Ma, as you join me here to unveil the Eko Ignite. The scissors, please. Can I have the scissors? Photographs, thank you. All right, I think you might have to say something.
So, on behalf of the chairman, on behalf of the PSN chairman, Lagos State, Pharmacist Gbagada, who had to step out because of exigencies of his office to another meeting in order to ensure that pharmacy practice is always at its best, I hereby unveil the Eko Ignite modem to the glory of God and mankind. Congratulations, PSN-YPG. This is beautiful. Eko Ignites. Our state coordinator, can you just tell us what it's all about and what brought about this particular?
Thank you. I'll just repeat myself again. So like I explained, before this administration, we've had 3 administrations behind, and I've seen the work they've done. And I can say that if we have any easy right now, it's because some guys labored in the past. And I can see the work they've done they focus so much on professional development, on making sure that YPs are not just a team of people just gathering themselves. But every year we gather ourselves together to encourage ourselves, to make ourselves, push ourselves forward again, to do better. So I realized, okay, what we are doing is actually igniting people to move forward on their professional path and their career, whatever they've done, they've chosen to be, even as individuals, regardless of even, let's say, outside the profession, anything they've decided to do in life, we're pushing them forward. Skill sets, career development, professional development, and everything around. So it occurred to me that we're actually igniting people at these meetings. So going forward, it is about Eko, it is about PSN-YPG Lagos, igniting people to do better, and that is why we have Eko Ignites today. Thank you.
I'd just like to add that he also speaks to excellence. And when I look at everybody in this room, I'm proud to be part of you, a honorary member today. And I'm also proud to let you know that as we speak currently, we have over 90 PSN-YPG members in the employ of the Lagos State Primary Health Care Board. And I want to believe, I know that the officers that work with us are an excellent bunch. So I'm not shocked at this. I wish you all well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Eko Ignites. Someone will be proud. Right? What do you guys think? Are you ignited? Eh? Wahala. Madam Coordinator, are these people ignited like this? Anyways, lovely. Another round of applause for PSN-YPG Lagos. I love it. I promise you. I've been trying to interrogate it before now. And now that she has explained, it makes sense. Because sometimes you'll be shocked that all you need to ignite a person on some days is just the right idea, saying the right thing. And if we have learned anything, I would hope that you are as ignited as I am from the conversations we have had today, right from the keynotes to the panel sessions. And that is the point of all these things, to ignite so that your engines will be running. If that's the way to put it. So personally, I look forward to the rest of the week because, just as I said earlier, it's a week-long event from PSN-YPG Lagos. And I look forward to subsequent editions of Eko Ignites. Now it has a name. And there's just that magic when you put a name to a thing. It's no longer just the week. It's Eko Ignites. And I promise you that very soon, I'll not be shocked if I start hearing Ogun pours water or Ogun rainfall or Edo does something. Because again, Lagos has proven, PSN-YPG Lagos has proven to be a trendsetter, to be a pace setter at these things. And I promise you, don't worry. We will see YPG in the next few years. You can look forward to the magic that is going to come forth, that this ignition project is going to birth, both within us as professionals and even outside the profession. So right about now, we're going to be having New Heights Pharma for their very short presentation before we go to another amazing part of the event. So I learned that on World Pharmacists Day, when some people were locoming, some of you people were winning money. Is this correct? I learned that Emzo gave some people money, and nobody told me. How many of us participated in challenge, the World Pharmacists Day Challenge by Emzo Pharmaceuticals? Don't worry. Even if you didn't win, just wave now. Okay? Just one person. Emzo, who do you now want to give money? Because they said they have the prizes here and all that. So I'm guessing that the winners are here as well. So we are going to be having a presentation of those prizes. I know that the star prize is 100,000 naira. I know there are other prizes as well. Sadly, I did not participate. So that part of the event is going to be very fast. I don't want to hear that you're wasting time giving people money that I did not collect. So, New Heights, are you ready now? Okay, please a round of applause for another one of our partners, New Heights Pharma. One of the biggest distribution companies out here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here amongst my wonderful colleagues, and specifically, I'm honored to just speak right after the wonderful panel session. I have some of my lecturers here. I have Shino here as well. And we've learned one thing or two. And I'll just be pouring water into that bucket of what we've learned today. My name is Oluchi, Product Manager, New Heights Pharma. And I will be speaking on micronutrients deficiency. Can I have my slide projected? Is up. Oh, okay. Thank you. So I'll be speaking on micronutrient deficiency. Next slide, please. So basically, micronutrient deficiency, what is it about, and why are we speaking about the micronutrient deficiency? Basically, we are just saying that micronutrients are vitamins and minerals that our body needs, but we don't get them directly from food. And it will surprise us to know that it's a pandemic, or rather it's an epidemic in the world today. About 1 billion people are actually deficient of vitamin D, and about 1 billion people worldwide are also deficient of selenium. Next slide, please. So if you look at this picture, you will see that how we present, many times it comes with multiple symptoms. It doesn't just present as one thing or the other. So sometimes people come into our pharmacy and they tell us this, that. As pharmacists, it's on us to identify, okay, this could be a challenge. This may not just be malaria. This may not just be typhoid. This may not just be some sicknesses that we try about. It may just be a micronutrient that is deficient. Next slide, please. So we have a couple of units that we picked: dermatology, immunology, reproduction. There are so many other units that we can pick, but this is just an example. When somebody presents with dry skin, eczema, poor wound healing, hair loss, those are the vitamins just beside it that most likely are causing those things. Also in immunology, in reproduction. And one thing about New Heights is we identify these things and we know that, okay, we have a product that can solve this challenge, as opposed to giving maybe a supplement that has every single thing in minute quantities that may not achieve that benefit that you want the patients to achieve. Instead, we have particular micronutrients that go to the body, attain serum level concentration for that active ingredient and do its job. So when somebody maybe presents with dandruff, certain things, you can now say, okay, this person is most likely deficient on this. When somebody presents with this, sometimes in community pharmacy, we know what we see. People just come with their different symptoms, and as pharmacists, as excellent pharmacists, we have the capacity and we have the this thing to identify these challenges. So let me just go quickly to the next slide. So this is a product that already has most of the things that we saw in the previous slide. It's selenium, it has A, it has C, it has vitamin A, vitamin C, vitamin E, and vitamin D. Primarily selenium. The selenium in this product is organic. Selenium is largely inorganic in the market, and most of the time, inorganic selenium is poorly absorbed by the body. This you have here is bioavailable, is an organic selenium. Another thing that is powerful about selenium is that it's one of the most powerful immune boosters for conditions. People who present with deficiency of selenium are usually people that have conditions like HIV, cancer, prostate cancer to be specific, sickle cell anemia, and research has shown this thing to back up. Because of my short time, I won't be able to, elaborate more on all of those things. But you can have your own research. I'd also just quickly take us on vitamin D deficiency as well. I mentioned it at the beginning that over 1 billion people worldwide are deficient of vitamin D. And it will surprise you that even in Nigeria here, where you think that we're on the tropics and we have the sun, a survey was done in Kano where there was abundant sunlight, and it was seen that people actually were deficient of vitamin D. And those people, they stay outside most of the time. Some are nomadics. They are usually outside most of the time. And yet, they were still deficient of vitamin D. And the reason is because of all of us, rather, we all have melanin. And melanin is given to protect us from the harsh ray of the sun. It is also preventing the absorbance of UV ray, which enables our skin to convert vitamin D, to convert sunlight to vitamin D. Other people who are at risk of deficiency are people who are obese, children and elderly, people with cultural or religious belief, cover up, like the Muslims who cover up, women undergoing menopause, people with parathyroid disease, and breastfed infants. Next slide, please. So many times people that have vitamin D deficiency, these are what they present with: lack of sleep, because vitamin D is indicated in the synthesis of melatonin, and once you don't have enough melatonin, you find it difficult to sleep. They present with lack of sleep, back pain, recurrent infection, resistant diabetes, periodic episodes of asthma, because vitamin D receptors are found all over the body. And so when someone doesn't have enough vitamin D, it means that so many conditions will definitely be implicated. And that's why we have it in asthma. Vitamin D is actually abundant in the lungs. Vitamin D receptor, is abundant in the lungs, and cardiovascular diseases, even diabetes, resistant diabetes. Vitamin D is important to synthesize insulin in the body. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. I'm sure we have vitamin D and selenium on our shelves in the pharmacy. Thank you.
Here's another round of applause for New Heights Pharma. Thank you so much for that presentation. I'm tempted to do a trivia. Come tell us one thing that you heard from her. I know vitamin D is the easy way out, but anybody? Learn something new. This is the problem with giving people food. So nobody, you didn't learn anything. What's the name of the product? Wahala. Anyways, if you want more details about the products you talked about, or you want to even learn about other opportunities, products from New Heights Pharma, they have a stand at the back. So in the course of the trade fair, you can also go to the stand. For those that know New Heights, you know that they're not a small brand. They have a range of products, service offerings for us, valuable to us as pharmacists, as young pharmacists. So please, please, and please take advantage of this opportunity that you have to interact with the brand today. And of course, all the other brands that we have here present. Once again, we are thankful to all the partner brands that have made this event possible. Thank you for believing in the dreams of the young. Thank you for believing in investing in the young. And on behalf of YPG, I'm sure that we are able to commit to making valuable returns on this investment. All right, so right about now, I said earlier that MZOR, in partnership with PSN-YPG Lagos, of course, had a challenge of some sorts to mark World Pharmacists Day. World Pharmacists Day holds on the 25th September every year. And this year, MZOR had an event to mark it. So I'm going to be inviting the representatives from MZOR Pharma to come present the money that they have refused to give me. Are they around now? Please, a round of applause for MZOR. So apart from supporting these events, they also have these initiatives from time to time. I mean, this one was to mark World Pharmacists Day. Please, what's the next Health Day that is coming up? Let's remind them in case you want to do. Please, I'm available to win. Oh, wow, big checks. Just how I love them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, this was a project by our interns. They spearheaded the idea for this project. So I'm going to allow them to do their presentation themselves. And but before that, I just needed to clarify that I know the winners are not here right now, but we wanted to make this symbolic to appreciate PSN-YPG Lagos for the fact that they're always supporting anytime we come out with projects that we need to get done. Please, a round of applause for PSN-YPG Lagos. And then also for the young pharmacists who consistently participate and support us anytime we come up with projects too. Please, thank you very much. Now, before they announce the winners and whatnot, I just wanted to show us the videos, sir. So we had different criteria.
The ends of facility they share for my area. I won't ask you, no go do me anything, Abi. Hello, my farmer I beg. I won't ask. I feel take me to the antibiotics you give me. Hello, my farmer I beg. I won't come see you. I get something to discuss with you. Hello, I beg. Any drug they will take me no go make me sick again for life. Hello, farmer, they come. I want me you help me formulate that tablet to syrup for my 1 month picking. Hello, farmer, I don't give your number to my friend for treatment. I know you go do a better. Thank you. Pharmacists are the most accessible healthcare provider. They ensure distribution of medicines to their patients and ensure safe and efficacious use of those medicines. There are different aspects of pharmacy ranging from community to hospital to industrial, academics, and many more. They all unite. When the people get sick, the nation becomes unhealthy.
My name is Pharmacists.
We all know that the keyword for optimum functionality among diverse individuals or like-minded is unity.
Unity makes the framework.
So on behalf of our parent
Unity
company,
makes the team work.
we all
Teamwork makes the dream work.
industry and we're at different points.
Okay, for the next top-rated video, we have a video from a group of 3 people. But for the person that uploaded, we have Asonibe Ada Faith. So please, can somebody come out? Happiness, please. Come out and represent them. Our first winner. Okay, before then, I'll call Pharmacist Shino to please join us on stage where I will present the gifts, the check. Okay, for the second runner-up, that's the 3rd position, we have Eniola Ajiboye. Instagram handle is A Healthier Life. She took 3rd place. Please, can somebody come out to represent? Okay, for second prize winner, we have Pharmacist Marveline Ekot. She took 2nd place. Please, can somebody come and get a prize for her? Cindy, please. Okay, so for our first prize winner, I'm going to call Pharmacist Morris to please join us on stage. So the person that took 1st place is Pharmacist Oladipo Oluwadamilola. That is the Health Hood on Instagram. Please, can we give a round of applause for this person?
Every September 25th is the World Pharmacists Day, where pharmacists get celebrated for the amazing work they do. The theme for this year is Pharmacy United in Action for a Healthier World. If the United Nations SDG3 targets are to be met and universal health coverage is to come into existence, then pharmacists in every sector have to cooperate as This will help to fasten the growth in the supply and use of essential health services. Unity in pharmacy ranges through its many areas of expertise: the community, the hospital, the academia, and even the industry. Pharmaceutical companies such as the Enzor Pharmaceuticals consistently make efforts towards the discovery of innovative treatment, its development, its manufacturing, its marketing, and even its distribution across the whole world. This has in a long way contributed to the increase in the life expectancy and quality of life of the public, helping people to live healthier lives. Happy World Pharmacist Day. Appreciate your pharmacists.
In the contest, we are very grateful, and we hope that when next EMSO carries out a contest like this, that every one of us would participate so that we get to win prizes too. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, EMSO Pharmaceuticals. Although, I mean, you were supposed to spend 3 minutes. Well, it's all right. Did anybody notice anything about all the winners they announced? What's happening, gentlemen? Your Instagram is not working? Or you don't like money? I mean, from the top-rated videos, even the student winners. Wow. It's all right. But sorry, one house. Thank you. I think maybe this suggests something, that next time you are doing a challenge like this, it can be a little challenging for guys. Please let us so our own will not be hard. Because imagine competing with that winning video. She was like in a studio. How? Where will I see background? I know that, but it's an amazing one. I love the level of creativity that went into some of these videos. If you've been tracking the challenge on Instagram, I mean, you can go on Instagram now and just follow the hashtags. You see all the amazing videos. We only saw some of the winning ones, but I promise you there were a lot of amazing entries that went in there. And of course, the ultimate goal is to educate, in line with the goal of the World Pharmacists Day, to educate the general public about the importance of pharmacy and pharmacists, as a matter of fact, in healthcare delivery across the world. So thank you once again to EMSOR, Pharma, and PSN-YPG Lagos. Personally, I look forward to the next one. But please, don't make the challenge hard like this. Something simple so that the men can participate and win as well. Okay, I think with that, we are going to be going into the breakout sessions shortly. From what I think, we are going to have the areas for the breakout session tagged. So in this room, we are going to have smaller groups of people for the breakout session. So depending on where your interest lies, you're able to go to the breakout session that interests you. So we have people standing around. You see people standing around holding placards indicating what breakout session is going to be happening there. So I see administration for everybody involved in pharmacy administration. I see industry. I think I saw community or something earlier. But just look around for where interests you. We are going to be having from our keynote, from our panelists rather, speak to us at these different sessions. Fan Parrot, what breakout session is your own? I see your name has finally paid you. I mean, the pharmacist that likes talking, and now you're getting money for it. Literally, God, when? I mean, see me now, nobody's paying me for anything, but it's all right. So please, again, you've learned that it is not your ability to cram structure that will help you thrive in the future. So the whole point of these breakout sessions is such that when you go there and you meet with these people, these resource people, one-on-one, you are able to ask insightful questions. You're able to ask the right questions to help you prepare for the future. So for the next 20 minutes, that's going to be happening. Please make most advantage of the time. That starts now. So just look around, see what placard is being held, and join. I'll see you guys in 20 minutes. Okay. All in this room. It's all in this room. It's just different spaces, different tables. There's administrative, there's industry. What's that? Oh. The lights. Policy making. There's policy making back there. There's, is that business? I see business their management. So if you're in the management, you're looking to do something around management, there's a session for everybody. That much I'm sure of. So policy making is here. Please, let's try to settle as fast as possible so that we can get started and finish the session in ample time. I see research. If you are interested in research, it's here. I promise you there'll be enough time to greet and meet after. But in 20 minutes time, I would have to call us back to the general house. Academia. I think academia should be close to research. They're close, but yes, academia is here. Research is here. Business project management. So if you're interested, I see that they are ready. Wow, these people are energy, ignited. Okay, so if you are not sitting yet, I'm assuming that, what's up, what's happening? If you're not sitting yet. Administrative, wow, why is everybody in administrative? You people want to leave admin to God. Huh? Administrative is in front. In case you don't know where it is, it's where I'm standing now. So if you want to interact with Pharmacist Shakirat, Director of the Lagos State Primary Healthcare Board, this is where you should be. Please, we don't have time. The time has started counting. We're already almost 5 minutes in. I'm assuming the conversations have started. Thank you. Settle down, settle down. Thank you so much. Policy making, is it happening already? Okay, I see my people in the industry already settled in. Okay, so please, hey, Pharmacist Bookie, what have we done? These people are engrossed in conversation. How do we get them out of it now? Hey, maybe we should have started with this, because now our time is fast spent. Okay. I might need the protocol. What are the protocol members of protocol to just help me go around, give a nudge, a gentle nudge, so that we can come back to the general house. Thank you, YPs from project management. Thank you so much. YPs from research. I see that you are also coming. I see you rounding up the conversation. Thank you. YPs from policy. I see you also rounding up. I see you coming back to the General House. Thank you. Our folks in the industry, YP is interested in industrial pharmacy. I know there's a lot to talk about, but we need you back in the General House so that we can bring it to a close. Don't worry, you can walk up to these people after the event, in the course of the trade fair. Walk up to these guys, walk up to these beautiful, lovely people that are amidst us today and speak with them one-on-one. I know there's a lot to learn. Thank you, thank you. My administration people, well, you guys are in front, but please, we need to come back to the General House. So next on our agenda is slightly exciting for me. Okay, maybe not slightly, it's exciting for me because it's editorial. Right about now, we would be unveiling the cover of the PSN-YPG Lagos magazine. So while the PRO is preparing for that, please let us settle down. I hope that we had very insightful, interesting conversations. I trust all the resource persons, I trust all the people that we have here to deliver. So I'm sure that if you did not learn anything from your breakout session, it's most likely on you. I had fun. I had questions in my breakout sessions and I found answers. So thank you once again to all our resource persons. Thank you so much for your time. Right about now, please let us all come. Let's have one house. One house, please, guys. All right. So, Mr. PRO, are you ready? Please, guys, we need to settle for this part because, I mean, we've had a number of unveilings here today. Okay, please, you can have pictures afterwards. You can take pictures afterwards. You can meet your friends afterwards. Let us settle down. Ushers, protocol, please. I need you people to help my people settle. Thank you, thank you. Don't worry, the event is already coming to an end. We just need to do these last bits of it and bring it to a close. Okay, so quick feedback, guys. How were the sessions? How was your breakout session? If it was fun, please wave. If you enjoyed the conversation, were you able to interact with these people? Did they answer your questions or they sent you away? Lovely, lovely. And that's the point. That's the point of these breakout sessions. Just as I said, if you still want to interact with them, I'm sure that they are still around even after the event. You can walk up to them, get clarity, get more insights to your questions. If you have ideas you'd like to rub off them, again, even beyond here, you can get their LinkedIn for those on LinkedIn, emails and all that. I know that some of us might even have requests for mentorship, but I remember somebody sharing earlier that sometimes it's when you request for mentorship that you know that a person is really not as free as you thought they were. So you have to be considerate in all this, and you have to demonstrate a good level of self-awareness yourself. So please settle down. Please settle down right about now. Mr. PRO is ready for us. He's ready to unveil the magazine cover. I look forward to it myself. I'd really love to see what it looks like. I trust you to blow our mind. But please, if your hands are not busy, a round of applause for the PRO, PSN-YPG Lagos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Can you see it now? Yeah, yes, I can see.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed. Hello, house. One house, please. Good afternoon, young pharmacists. PSN, YPG. So we're about to unveil the front cover of our annual magazine. This is the third annual, that is titled Catalyst, the third annual magazine. And we are going to unveil it now. I'm waiting for it to be projected. So this is the front cover of the Catalyst. And the theme for the Catalyst is Into the Pharmaverse. So Pharmaverse is coined from 2 words. It's a portmanteau of 2 words. That is pharmacy and metaverse. And basically, the idea came from the era that we are in now. We realized that one of the most trending words of the last 3 years is the word metaverse. And we know metaverse basically is more like the scientific world, the internet world. So we just realized that it is very important for us to show the significance of the metaverse, that's the influence of technology, the influence of modern digitalization and so on in the pharmacy world. So with this magazine, we are going to be highlighting so many things. We're going to highlight the influence of entrepreneurship, the influence of tech in the pharmaceutical world. Like I said, Pharmaverse just from the 2 words, pharmacy and metaverse. So in the magazine, we are going to have exclusive interviews from 3 distinguished personalities. Adiola Ayola, she's the co-founder of Pharmacy Africa. Adesina Okpanubi, the project catalyst of Farm Alliance Network. And Chukwu Ekwe, the head of sales and marketing strategy, Zolon Healthcare. So basically, like I said, it's just going to... We are going to explore a different terrain this time around. We are trying to put this art, this front cover, we are making it an NFT. So this will be the first magazine that will be uploaded as an NFT. We are trying to explore new grounds. Also, this magazine, basically, you know, usually when we experience magazines or read booklets, we experience it visually. This magazine will also be available in the audio world. Like you can just plug it in and it will read. You just listen to the content of the magazine without having to read it. So basically you'll be walking on the road, you plug in your headsets and you can read an article, you can listen to an article, you can listen to the interview, it will be live. So we are going to be exploring digitalization to the extreme, to where our money can reach. So this is an opportunity for me to ask openly for sponsorship. We have our proposals. I'll be sending to all our panelists. Pharmacist Okpanubi, we are interviewing him, so obviously should be expecting our budgets. So this is, I'm pitching now. This is the first of its kind. NFT is trending now. I saw one particular picture that they sold for $50,000, $500,000. This is my catalyst. I want to also upload it and sell it for, even though I'll give YPG like 5% because now my idea. So, so I'm using this opportunity to ask for sponsorship. I'll be meeting all of you personally. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's the star boy of Lagos. And if anything, I think this is the magazine of the future. I'm not sure I've come across a magazine as NFT yet. So I'm already excited about this one. Pharmaverse, I look forward. Well done, Mr. Piero and his team. So right about now, we would be appreciating our panelists and guests with awards. We have awards prepared for them. They have spent the entire day practically with us, imparted us with knowledge, and we do not take that for granted. So I'll be having the state coordinator for PSN-YPG Lagos walk us through that very quickly. Please a round of applause for her again. I know.
Well, YPs, are you happy? Do you feel good? I need responses. Let me know if I've wasted money and time today. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I'm super excited, and I feel the panelists we brought here today, aside the time they gave, they've given you things that probably money cannot just buy. I'm amazed. I feel that they've even done more than the brief I sent to them. I'm super, super happy. Thank you so much, sirs. Thank you so much, Ma. It means a lot to us that you didn't just look at us as some set of small children. What are they doing there? Thank you so much. We really appreciate this. We can't pay you. I mean, how much do I want to pay for Maurice? Dr. Higoku. Like, how much do I want to pay everyone here? We cannot pay you, Ma. We cannot pay you, sir. But the little we have here, would like to appreciate you for your time out today. So I'll just call on every one of them. All right. First here I have Dr. Margaret Ilomu. I don't know if I don't know if I. Thank you so much, ma. So we presented this certificate in appreciation and special recognition for being part of the maiden edition of Eko Ignites 2022. Thank you so much for your presence. Thank you. Great. Okay, now I have pharmacist Adeosun Shakirat next up. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you so much, ma. Also, a certificate of special recognition presented to her as part of the panelists for this session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next up I have Fambiola Paul Uze. Thank you so much, ma. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you so much. Okay. You want to say something? Okay, next up I have pharmacist Adeshino Opanubi. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. All right, I have Dr. Nwamaka Igbokwe. Thank you so much, ma. Okay, and I have, not the least, pharmacist Maurice Nyako. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, in absentia, I have pharmacist Victor Gbenga Folabi. Yes, this will be delivered to him. All right, before we proceed, we are going to do something quickly. Somebody mentioned something earlier and said, why is somebody always here every time? And YPG Lagos has enjoyed some partnerships over the year, but we are not going to be a bunch of ingrates and not recognizing people that we need to recognize. It's a lot to come up with these things, but we just need to do it. We're going to be recognizing Emzo Pharmaceuticals as the industry that has the outstanding partnership and sponsorship for not just PSN-YPG Lagos, but also PSN National. I mean, if you're a YP and you don't have Emzo water bottle, you don't have Emzo t-shirt, you don't have Emzo bag, there's something is, probably you don't be attending all the programs. But if you have something from Emzo, please, I want you to rise up on your feet and give a standing ovation to Emzo Pharmaceutical Limited for their outstanding sponsorship and partnership towards PSN-YPG Lagos. I mean, their representatives are here, and I think Pharmacist Simika Ogun is, it's a bunch. Thank you so much. It takes a village. It takes a village to even get this award. I understand. Thank you. They are shocked. I like to shock people. All right. All right. On behalf of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Young Pharmacists Group, I'd like to present this award of special recognition to Emzor Pharmaceutical Industries for their outstanding, and continued support to the community of PSN-YPG, not just Lagos, even national. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Pharmaceutical.
I kind of feel like I'm not exactly very qualified to receive this on behalf of Emzor, but thank you very much. Like I mentioned earlier, Emzor is really big on talent development. We are very big on encouraging people to be the best that they can be, because without you, there's no way we're going to achieve our vision of unlimited wellness. So thank you very much, and I'm coordinator on PSN-YPG.
Thank you so much. All right. The next person I'll be recognizing here is an individual with outstanding support also to the community of PSN-YPG. You see, like I said, I've been privileged to be part of the 4 administrations back to back. And I have seen someone who is probably not directly linked to us. He likes to think he's part of us, but I tell him, we know ourselves, we are complete. We are not a YP, sir. But I mean, this is one person I can call at any hour of the day and say, sir, I need this vendor's number. This thing is not set yet. I have an event tomorrow. I'm left with this, sir. I need this, sir. I'm sure every time my name appears on his phone, he's wondering, just tell me, what's the next thing? What do you need again? But he has never given us the feeling that we are disturbing. He has never given us the feeling of you are asking too much. In fact, he tells us every time that anything you want to do, let me know what is left. Let me know how to come in. Let me know how to support. I'm talking about nobody but Pharmacist Adesina Okpanubi for his outstanding support. I mean, from the administration of Pharmacist Simika Oguns to Obayomi Emmanuel and to my humble self, I mean, Pharmacist Shina Okpanubi has been outstanding. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. All right, I think the last award goes to Pharmacist Gbagada Yola, and I'll still present it because if you were here, I'll present it. But Pharmacist Shakira Sadioshu would help me with this. I'm giving this to my chairman, not because he's just my chairman, but Yola has become a father figure to us. I mean, on Friday, he was still telling us that it's because of the children we are working. He said it in Yoruba. And he said it's because of the children we are working. Anything you need, just ask. I know what it took me to bring him from wherever he was this morning to this place. I feel very honored. I feel very privileged. PSN Lagos chairman, it is not a joke. He has shown us that we should just move forward. He's behind us. He is not just a chairman, but he has become a father to us. And we are super, super grateful. It's really painful that I could not say, because he didn't know I was going to do this. I wanted to surprise him. But anyways, I'm sure that he's going to see this video. And I just want to tell him that, Daddy, thank you so much. Thank you for the support you've given to this little baby. Thank you so much. And here, Pharmacist Adioshun Shakira to be receiving the award on his behalf. All right, so briefly, Dr. Igbokwe is going to say something to us, especially for the people.
All right, thank you so much. We actually discussed this in the research and academia group, but I just felt, Dr. Lumanya and I just felt this is good information to pass to everyone. Number one, it's good to grow in your profession. Everything, the summary of all we're talking about today is self-advancement. it's good to grow in your profession. A lot of people, when they want to do their master's program or even PhD, because of the phobia or the stress they went through in pharmacy school, they don't want to have anything again to do with pharmacy. And so they want to go to public health, they want to go to business school, they want to do this and they want to do that. But the truth of the matter is that no matter what you do outside your profession, even after you've gotten your PhD outside, it still limits you to the level of having a first degree in your profession. What do I mean? If, for instance, you do a PhD in public health as a pharmacist, and somehow along the line, you want to come into pharmacy to lecture, for instance, or you want to do anything academic or research in pharmacy, you need to go and repeat and do a master's and a PhD in pharmacy, if that is a requirement. Because if in public health there's an opening and you want to take a lecturing in public health, or you want to take the opportunity, a time will come, they will tell you, you are not a medical doctor. This is for professionals. I give you a clear example. In University of Lagos, for instance, you cannot do masters in public health if you're not a medical doctor. But they have another segment for non-medical doctors, which they call Master of Sciences in Public Health. And so MPH is for doctors, while MSc-PH is for non-doctors, and doctors for everybody. And so if, for instance, you see yourself in public health and it comes to a time when you be the head of the department, they will tell you, sorry, you are not a medical doctor. It is for professionals. So it is in pharmacy. There are positions in pharmacy that if you're a non-pharmacist, but you find yourself in the midst of pharmacy profession, you cannot take. A typical example is like, if you're not a pharmacist, you can never be the dean of pharmacy school, no matter how many number of PhDs you have, and you are in pharmacy. So that apart, the second thing I wanted to talk to us, which we also decided, you can meet us later to get more explanation of what I'm talking about, because we have actually stayed and we need to go. The second thing is this. If truly you have like 3-4 publications in your field, it could be more valuable than a master's degree. What do I mean? This year alone, I know 3 friends that graduated from University of Nigeria and Nsukka. None of them had more than 3.8 cumulative grade point average. But the 3 of them are now out in the United States doing a PhD straight from first degree. The reason is that they have publications. And so I advise everyone here, if your first degree is not published, please go and write up the manuscript. If you don't know how to write up manuscript, you can come to us. I am here. Dr. Ilomanya is here. Your supervisor is #1 person there. Call your supervisor, meet your supervisor. Please, ma, I want my work to be published. Some of you did very good first degree research that you can get up to 2 publications or even more from your first degree research. Please, if you have done any form of research anytime, don't just leave it lying low. Write manuscript, look for a very good journal where it can be published, so that while you're pursuing your master's abroad, you can, if you have enough publications, convert it to a PhD. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause. I mentioned it earlier. I have a sentiment towards academic pharmacy, because you can take a teacher out of the school, but you cannot, I mean, they must. And you can see the passion that they had. They had to come back to give us this valuable piece of information. And it just goes to show. Thank you so much, Ma and Ma, for sharing that. I know that some of us have given up on book. All that talk about studying and all that. For now, we might have it on hold. But please, just as we have learned today, it's inevitable. Lifelong learning is a thing. And as much as it might not always be in the corporate form, it might not always be structured, you have to commit to it intentionally. And with that, I want to believe that we have come to the end of this event. I thought I'd get a round of applause. Did we waste your time? Was it a waste of time? Did you learn anything? Was it worth your while? Please, a round of applause for PSN-YPG Lagos. And a round of applause for all our guests, everybody that has graced this occasion Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right about now, I'll be inviting the chairperson of the planning committee to come give us a vote of thanks. Okay, maybe I might not come back. Okay, I'll come back.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I do not know where to begin, but like he said, we've come to the end of today's program, and this program won't come to an end without me saying thank you to our panelists for turning up. It's not easy pulling out powerful men and women to come educate us and enlighten us. I'm really grateful. We are really grateful. And also our YPs for coming. Thank you too for coming. We are grateful. It's not easy planning an event and, you're just leaving it to fate. Okay, let people come. In as much as you do publicity, but for as many of you that turned up, we are grateful and we do not take it for granted. And my team members, my state coordinator, thank you so much for always cross-checking with me. My team members, you're the best. And I just also want us to know that this is the beginning, like the opening ceremony for the week. We also have other events. On Wednesday, we'll be having a webinar. On Thursday, we'll be having pharmacy profession awareness campaign, where, of course, we already have delegated YPs that will go to different schools to educate young ones about the profession, because the profession will not die in our time. And also, on Saturday, we have our medical outreach at Lutz, where we'll be donating medications to inpatients, and also we'll do a free kind of medical outreach to check their blood pressures. And then Saturday, we'll be having our hangouts. I know YPs, we are looking forward to having a hangout here. Oh, sorry, on Sunday, we'll be having our hangout. So please, if you've not paid, try to pay your money. Please. Thank you so much. I love you all. I look forward to seeing all of you in the other events coming. Thank you.
Thank you so much, fam. Yes, she has said it all. The event continues. Right about now, I think the next phase is exhibition and trade fair. So at the back of the hall, behind the hall, we have a number of stands, vendors who have amazing products, some special offers for you. Oh, okay. I've also been informed that lunch is happening there. So as many of you that are like me, broke bachelors in Lagos, you know where to meet. With that, once again, thank you all for your time. It has been an amazing session with you. Please, one important thing that I would also like you to do is to connect with your peers. Try as much as possible to connect with your people around you, the young pharmacists. You never know what these collaboration, you never know where these connections would matter. So just meet people, take names, take phone numbers, LinkedIn profiles. With this, we have come to the end of this event. Thank you for being a part of it. My name is Joba Jalabi, and I'll see you around. Cheers.
Mm-hmm.